Bop, 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 bop. Buy Pepsi. It's better than Coke.
Yeah, just remind me I have yours.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the 2018 design track. The fact that I'm even saying that just shows you how much we've grown. The genesis for this track is we're just noticing how you guys are just improving the quality on the platform. And so we needed to get more serious with our material. And this is part of our way of trying to figure that out. So one of the things I know that really comprises of design is aesthetics. And one of the best people I know at Roblox is Stephen Job. Give him a round of applause. He's the 3D lead on the art design team. I personally worked with him on Ready Player One, on the catalog, and many other things. And I think you guys will be in for a treat. So without further ado, Stephen.
Well, that's a lot of people up here. So yeah, guys, are you enjoying RDC so far? Yeah. Nice. This is my first one, both as presenter and just attending it, so it's pretty crazy to see how big this has grown. So my particular talk is going to be about creating immersive and cohesive environments in your game and really achieving that in studio. First going over the general, so think of this as a primer, kind of going over the basics of design when you're making your game, a lot of the big questions and narrowing down. But before I go into that, I kind of want to give you guys an idea of who I actually am. My name is Stephen Job. My handle is Roblox Imagineer. I've worked for Roblox off and on for about 8 years. I've produced a lot of the packages you guys are familiar with, Death Speaker, the Red Cliff Knights, a lot of those things. I've also produced countless gear accessory for the catalog. I've worked on some promotions, like he mentioned RPO. But generally, I've just been part of the asset creation war chest that we've done throughout the years at Roblox. But one thing, while doing that, I've also worked on other projects. I worked on a mobile game called Ninja Time Pirates, which was an absurd game with a wide cast of characters from different time periods. They all had to feel like they belonged in the same universe, so our job was to help breed some cohesion in our design. I also worked on another game called Jetpack Fighter. Again, excuse me. Another game with a broad cast of characters and enemies that needed to feel like they belonged together and separate from each other in terms of bad guy, good guy. I did fan art for Ruby, for Rooster Teeth. In this particular example, I did 2 different styles with the same concept to kind of show how you can breed a different look with the existing product. So the reason why I'm telling you all this is kind of give you guys a primer to what this talk's going to be about and where I come from on this. So the first question a lot of us ask, or I ask you guys to think about, is what makes an immersive world? What makes you feel like you really belong in a game? A lot of people can say whether or not a game looks good, feels like they can dive into it or not, but it's harder for people to actually identify the individual reasons as to why a game is good or bad. Those questions plague developers while making the game too, because you are oftentimes shooting in the dark unless you have a pretty good guidance or a pretty good rule set to base your decisions on. And that's what I'm going to be going over here, first and foremost. Before we start though, I want to talk about thinking big in your design, and in this talk, start broadly with everything you do in your game, and I'll get into more detail about what that means. But you want to think globally with your first big questions. Then you want to go through your game and start using simplified proxies, working in a non-destructive and flexible environment so that you can quickly test out every aspect of your game's design before laying down final textures, materials, lighting, everything. The reason why you do this is because oftentimes while you're designing your game, while doing the art, at the same time, you'll find that you need to make these adjustments. And instead of dealing with overly cumbersome assets that you've painstakingly set up, working in a much more raw and flexible manner will get you a better result in the long run. So let's talk about thinking globally. I want to explain what I mean by that. What I mean by globally is to think about the questions or the problems and challenges you're going to face that affect the game at the highest level. That's everything from UI to UX to environment to gameplay design, character design, the general user experience. You want to think about these questions first before you lay down anything in studio. So what are the needs of your gameplay is one of the first questions you want to ask. Basically what that means is, what the heck is your game? What is it going to be about? Like, how is a player going to play your game? The next thing you want to ask yourself is, what's the tone of your game? What do you want to evoke in the player? Do you want them to feel safe? Do you want them to feel frenetic, energetic, like in an obstacle course game? Then you want to kind of think about how your players are going to see the world. This means, like, if it's first-person perspective, the way that the player is going to see the world and the way you need to design your environment is different from if they're in third-person or isometric. So let's talk about that first question. There are many types of games on Roblox. There's obstacle course games. Everyone knows a good obby. Everyone knows a bad obby. There are plenty of open world games, sandbox-style games. There are also, guided linear journeys games, and an example of that might be even the Egg Hunt most recently. And then the first-person shooter genre is also very popular in Roblox. We've got some really great games out there for that. Phantom Forces. So let's talk about the first. I'm going to kind of break down two specific examples and how gameplay decisions here affect globally your game. Let's talk about an open world game. One of my favorites out there is Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild right now. Yeah, any fans of that game out here? Got a few. Awesome. So this game is a masterclass in design. It uses many points of interest dispersed across this entire environment. But more importantly, it uses obstructions and partial obstructions to both drive players two directions and push them away from others without ever telling the player where to go. In your game, your assets to use, your environment you build should do the same thing. You want your players to really feel like they know where they're going without you having to say a single word. These games also, more than anything else, rely on heavy reuse of assets. Because these worlds are so big, you want to use objects multiple times. And down the road, Roblox will be implementing instancing, which will make this even more powerful because objects will be able to occupy a lot less performance and a lot less load time. So your worlds can become a lot more robust, a lot more vivid, and a lot more real. And open world games will benefit most from that. Next is an obstacle course. Again, a very popular genre on our platform. Obstacle courses, in this case, really need to have a clear play area, and everything else that's in the environment needs to be clearly a set piece. Typically, in most obstacle course games like Donkey Kong Country here, the set pieces or the environment around the player that they're not directly interacting with are usually subdued, pulled back, and a lot less bright and contrasty than the current play space, because you want the player to immediately recognize both the dangers and the opportunities in your environment, while still creating an environment that feels robust and immersive. More importantly, your items, depending on complexity or your performance of your game, need to be one-to-one to their collision. That means if you're worried about performance, pull back on your environmental detail so that your collision is true. Your players will distrust your game if they can't rely on something that they see being something that they're going to hit. Next, this concept, while I'm using a 2D example with Donkey Kong Country, applies in 3D. Again, if you're running down a path, you want your play space to be clear and separate from the immediate points of danger or whatever they need to focus on. So again, that's going to come up a little bit later when I talk about player focus. So the next big question I want to go over is tone. In a game, you can tell a player a lot about how they should feel, what they're about to encounter, the general experience of the game based on tone. This can be great for an obstacle course where you want bright and colorful world around you, or in a first-person game where you want to build a mystery, dark and moody. Light and playful is an example of some of the games like Feed Your Pets that's out there. And then you have mysterious and adventure style games. All of these have different tones, and all of them have different color schemes and treatments of their assets. But again, this is a global question you have to answer before you get to anything else, because this affects not just the environment, not just the character, not just the camera you're looking through the playing the game, but the UI, the general user experience. The next question is a pretty obvious one. When you're developing a game, how is your player going to see the world? Is it going to be a first-person shooter, or in a first-person perspective in general? The way you lay out your environment is going to be very different from, say, how you do a third-person game, where you'd want to have indirect points of interest not immediately in front of the player so that they are forced to explore and look around. In an isometric game, you want to have your immediate foreground midground, which is a play space, and your background to be clear and separated from each other, so a player knows immediately upfront where they can play, what's something they need to be aware of, and what's something's just to help make them feel like they belong in the world. To give you an example of how good and bad perspective choices can affect the game, I'm going to use Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is a game that's typically in third person. Anybody here play it before? Yeah, it's a good gun. Yeah. So this game's over the shoulder, and it's very important that it's over the shoulder because it has a lot, especially in combat, you have a lot of points you need to pay attention to. Enemies don't just encounter you from up front. They come at you from all sides, and you typically have to pay attention to more than one thing at a time. That same game played in first person immediately becomes a lot more narrowed. Your focus becomes a lot more tunneled. So your environment, your general approach to the game needs to be slightly different. In the opposite direction, Mirror's Edge is a great game for first-person use. This game right here, you used the first-person perspective to let you know where footfalls were going to happen, where your hands were reaching. They used it very effectively to otherwise communicate a very chaotic game. In third person, you lose a lot of those visual anchors. You lose a lot of that visual cue. You player, you can't tell exactly where they're going to land. In first person, you could. So now that we've kind of talked about the big questions, let's go over again what it takes to make an immersive world in practice. Aesthetically, you want your models to have a consistency in design. That means if they're going to be chunky or thin volumes, if they're going to be complex or very simplified, you want consistency in your mesh. And I'm talking specifically about the model that you have, your environment assets, characters, and everything else, devoid of any color or any lighting. You do want your materials and textures to also be the same. That means the actual materials, your characters, your environment use, the textures, decals, everything else, you want consistency in both complexity and color schemes. And then you want a strong unifying lighting scenario. So regardless if you're using the current state of light or we are talking about Futures Bright, which is just a much better version, you are still working with a lighting system that can help unify or cause discontinuity in your environment. Oftentimes people think about lighting last. It should be one of your first things you think of. So let's talk about model consistency real quick and then kind of break down what I mean by that. What actually makes a mesh? A mesh is essentially what you're looking at here. These two character models and the gear they're carrying right now are meshes. Meshes are the actual models devoid, like I said, of any textures, material, or anything else. That is just the actual physical body of the character. What makes this consistent is whether or not you're going to go on a detailed path or minimalistic. As you can see in the image, you have a very complex character on the left, the Pumpkin Geist, one of my favorites. And then, of course, Blocky on the right with a very simplified weapon. Their volumes are very different. You have very thin, very complex on the left, very voluminous, large, simplified on the right. And then in most games, one of the most underappreciated things to pay attention to is your silhouettes of your characters or your environment. Silhouettes, what I mean, and I'll explain a little bit more in a bit, is essentially these same models, everything in your environment devoid of any lighting. Silhouettes can communicate a lot to a player about how they should feel. You have a lot of angles, you have a lot of curvature, a lot of organic. It'll feel very different from something that feels very stout, blocky, and very square feeling. Silhouettes are also used oftentimes in games to help communicate what kind of character you're facing. Like Overwatch, for instance, the silhouettes for all of the characters drastically different from each other. If you took out all their color and you just made them black, flat images, you would be able to tell what each class and what each character is at a glance. So let's kind of put this in practice real quick. We've got Blocky here in a very odd environment. He's a very voluminous, very large, chunky character in an environment that's very thin, very detailed. It doesn't feel like it meshes quite right. However, if we put him in an environment that has very similar levels of volumes, very similar level of detail, he immediately feels like he's made out of the same stuff that the world he exists in. This is very important because your player, who is either the guy on the right or the guy on the left, is going to have a very different experience when they're in the world. They'll feel like they belong here or they don't. Let's use another example in the other direction. Pumpkin Geist, again, very thin character, very complex in shape. With the blocky volumes, has a similar problem in the other direction. You immediately put him in an environment where he has the same level of detail. Again, he feels like he's made out of the same stuff. He feels like he exists in the same world. going to the silhouettes that I mentioned earlier. Silhouettes are very powerful for communicating to you as the developers whether or not you've got cohesion. And then with silhouettes, I'm trying to strip out all of the additional noise, the lighting and everything else, so you can focus on just how everything looks together. If you look at the left and you look at the right, the two have very different silhouettes, very different shapes. The one on the left's a lot more straight lines, a lot more simple shapes in it. The one on the right's got a lot of thin volumes, a lot of repeated, detailed curvature. This is what I'm talking about when I say model cohesion, model consistency. Now that we talked about the mesh, I want to kind of go ahead and get into the texturing, the colors, and everything like that. But I'm going to talk about colors first because it's a very almost global choice as well. It impacts tone and everything like that. So before we even get to the minutia of textures, let's talk about color and why it matters. Color can do a lot to set tone and set mood in your game. It can tell your players, again, whether or not they're in a sci-fi environment or if they're in a colorful, like fantasy environment. It can tell them where they need to go or what they need to ignore. It can also do a lot to enhance the lighting of your game. So if you have a game that has, with current state of lighting, which is fairly robust, it has some limits. The assets and colors you choose in the environment can help enhance that further, where you may not be able to quite get the color red you want, like in Neon District. They used it very effectively by choosing these colors very deliberately on their assets. Now, I'm going to kind of go through how other games approach color and how that helps set tone. Deus Ex, anybody here play that? Yeah, of course. A lot of people have. It's a great game, right? Deus Ex uses a very muted, subdued tone to create this sort of distressed, aged environment that feels very different from something like Mass Effect, which uses much more color and colors that you don't typically see in your normal environment to make it feel like you're in an alien world. Legend of Zelda uses very warm greens and soft tones to make you feel safe in a game that's otherwise pretty dangerous. And if any of you guys have ever played games, you kind of know when you feel safe, and that's usually because the developers intentionally chose color, lighting, and the general tightness of the atmosphere so you feel safe. Another example is Resident Evil. For a game that's generally pretty dark and scary, these safe zones are usually much brighter lit and warm. Ori does this as well in a game that typically has some pretty, it uses color very effectively, by the way. If you guys want another masterclass on gameplay design, character design, this is another one. It uses color very effectively to teach you both what enemies are and what kinds of enemies are, and I'll get into that more in a minute. So when you're developing a game, you want to kind of figure out, for consistency's sake, a similar hue, a basic hue that you're going to develop your game in. The reason why this matters is you look in this room, look around you real quick, and look at the dominant colors you see in this room. Even on your own shirts, on everyone around you, it tends to be a little brown, a little bit warmer in here. It's because the lighting and the environment around you is reflecting light. The light that's coming off these isn't the only light that's hitting you. That's breeding cohesion in your environment because it's real. So you want to do the same thing here. While your game can be colorful, keep in mind that these things exist together and they will be bouncing off each other, playing off each other constantly. You also want to use complementary colors or higher contrast to help draw focus. I'll show you exactly what I mean about that in just a minute, but it can be very useful to immediately tell the player where they need to look, where they need to go, or what they need to be afraid of. And you want to choose generally a similar level of saturation. Oftentimes we'll use the best asset or what we think looks great by itself. This tree looks fantastic. You've got this wonderful looking character over here. This building looks great, but you have to think about your environment holistically, everything together, because nothing exists in a vacuum when you're making a game. So to give you an example of how color can help drive player focus, let's use Mirror's Edge again. Mirror's Edge. If we blur this image, you can immediately tell where the focus of the play is right now. The higher, brighter reds stand out greatly from the surrounding, much cooler, softer whites that are behind it. So even if you can't really clearly see what's going on, you already know what you want to focus on. By our very nature, we tend to focus on something that stands out. For instance, your yellow shirt stands out really well. It's popping. Enemy designs, like I mentioned in Ori, they use color to immediately make them recognizable, not just from the environment, but from each other. Because oftentimes, you will have different enemies, and you need to know at a glance what you're about to face. This game and other games like it that use color make you feel smart, tell you what you're about to encounter without ever saying a word. Another great game is Ni no Kuni. It uses color very effectively to generate a path. In a cityscape that's generally pretty hectic, it uses the brightness of the road that your character is walking on, surrounded by a much more dimly lit, less saturated environment to let the player know kind of where the play space is, where they can walk. This can be very effectively used in obbies. This is an example of where the play space is brighter, more clear, and the environment, the set piece behind it is much dimmer. So the player knows where they are, where they can play, and what's just for pretty. Now that we talked about colors holistically and how they can drive player focus and how they can also diffuse player focus and how they can kind of set mood and really let your player know where they're at. Let's talk about specific texture. Roblox has a robust toolbox. Developers, you guys can all upload textures and stuff like that. Oftentimes we will think about the texture that we want on a particular item, but before you do that, you want to think about how this is going to work, again, holistically. Is your texture library that you use in your game, the decals that you use, the overlays that you use on your UI, are they going to be photorealistic or cartoony? You want to kind of figure out your palette early as possible. Again, this could be per zone, but generally speaking, you want to figure out the tone of your game, the palette. And by palette, I mean the general color range you're looking at for your game. And then you also want to decide early on if you want to use baked-in or real-time lighting. Studio has a fantastic real-time lighting system, and I would encourage you guys to use it, but sometimes actually painting in or baking in your lighting, either through a third-party tool or whatever method you want, can help enhance otherwise. For instance, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, the HD version, they implemented a dynamic lighting system, but they also used baked-in lighting to help enhance that further, where they knew there was going to be no change in lighting. Real time was used wherever it was subject to change. Now, to kind of talk about how this works in practice, let's take a look at the two examples. First, we'll take a look at an extremely simple and fairly unified color scheme. The environment here all uses very flat colors. That generally is a very green hue. The objects all have the same level of detail. The character is a little bit more detailed than the rest of the environment because it's the one that I want you to focus on in this case. There's no painted lighting in this environment, and it's also generally the same level of saturation. Now, we go a different direction, a much more detailed way. We have this character in an environment that's much more detailed, much more colorful, in a broader range of colors, but it's still unified. You still have purples and oranges as the dominant colors. You have green in there for the ground, but even it's subdued so that the highest contrast is on your characters and anything you want focus on. Now that we've talked about textures, we've talked about meshes, kind of talked about the high-level stuff, I want to talk about lighting because it's oftentimes, at least in my opinion, one of the most disregarded things. It's considered last minute of polish. It should never be considered polish. Your very core can help root everything together or cause it to feel like it doesn't belong. So, a great example is the image to the left, or to the, my left, your right. It's Toy Story. In this, it's a great example of what I'm talking about. These toys here were developed and manufactured from different manufacturers. They were meant to feel like they came from different places, and different families have different stories behind them. However, the lighting, materials, and everything else that they used helped bring them back together. You have fur, you have plastic, all these things still feel like they belong in the same world because they spent time to make sure the lighting helped root them together. They also used lighting and other movies like them to help set the tone of the environment, whether or not they want to feel fun and playful, or is this something I need to be afraid of. I'm going to show you guys 4 examples of the same scene with different lighting to kind of express what I mean. All 4 of these examples are using the exact same scene. This is using the current state of lighting, or current state of studio's lighting. I'm going to show you an example later that can be both done in current state and Future's Bright, but this can be done in current state. This image right here, the only things that have changed are the directions of the lights, the skybox, and that's it. So the top left image is default when you drop right into the pirate's default scene. The top right, I just shifted it to nights, messed with some of the latitude and the lighting settings, and immediately have a different scene. Bottom left, changed the skybox again, adjusted the lighting so it enhanced the skybox and matched it, and again, my environment feels very different. Bottom right, sunset, same concept. Again, just adjust your lights, adjust your skybox, and immediately everything in your world feels like it belongs together and is rooted in the same world. To give you guys some great examples of Roblox games that have used lighting and, in general, everything I've talked about very effectively, let's take a look at 4 examples. First, Feed Your Pets is a great example of a game that used very simplified, very chunky environment, very blocky look. It uses it in every level, from the size of the environment itself to individual assets or even the spots on the giraffes. It's not textured, it's all modeled in. We also have a game like 2029, which represents a much more realistic, much more distressed take. The lighting is much more subdued, not so bright. The textures and the materials are a lot, like I said, more distressed, so it feels aged and a little, kind of futuristic. We take this game right here, Rip Your Toaster. It's a great cathedral scene it feels dilapidated, old, but still comfortable. And I really want to point this one out because this one in the top right one used lighting, the current state of lighting, to create a lot of depth in your scene, which is very important for helping your player know how big the environment is. And in this case, in the bottom left, whether or not it should feel safe or not. And then a game that uses lighting a little less aggressively, but still uses it effectively along with materials and textures is Bootleg Buccaneers. It uses this to create a similar level of detail so your environment and everything in it feels like it belongs together. And even characters a lot of times will feel like they belong despite how they look. Now that I've kind of gone over the basics, now that I've kind of talked about everything else, the high level, narrowing down to the specific examples like color and lighting and texture, I want to kind of show you guys an example of how this works in practice. So I built a basic demo scene to show you this whole thought process from the beginning to end. So first, I wanted to figure out what my game was going to be. In this case, it was going to be a first-person sort of adventure game. I looked at games like Destiny and whatnot for a reference on this one. I drew up a really rough, really quick top-down view of how the gameplay was going to play out with different points of interest, general idea where the lighting was going to be, and my primary point of interest or my primary focus. After that, I wanted to think about the next global level thing, which was tone, color, and the general mood I wanted to produce with this game. This was very important because I wanted my player to both feel the mystery of the scene, but also comfortable. Next, once I kind of figured out those high-level things, I wanted to put it in practice. And by doing that, I used what I mentioned earlier, which is called gray boxing. So what I did is I grabbed toolbox assets or whatever I had, simple primitives in some cases, and slapped them together into a scene while keeping it very fast and flexible. These objects were literally just things I threw in and pulled out the textures and the materials from, so that I could kind of figure out and test whether or not my concept worked. And I found out that I didn't even make modifications here and there. I needed to move trees around, move my points of interest, everything, so that I could kind of force the player to look a direction without ever having to tell them to do so. This, again, helped me test for mobility and focus as well. I found out that a couple of times I needed to pull back the skybox, for instance. So after I kind of figured out the gray boxing, figured out that my gameplay generally worked, I wanted to go ahead and start setting about to set the tone, set the mood of my game. To do that, I used the wonderful Future's Bright system that we have in Works, but this concept still applies with the current state of lighting as well. So I went ahead and set up the lighting in my scene. Started with broad level, high level, like just kind of figure out where the direction the light was going to come from. And in my concept, I had the light generally behind the primary point of interest, Found out that that detracted from the point of interest, so I moved it off from where the player was going to be looking initially, so that the brightest and highest contrast in the scene was this single object in the background. I used it to also set the tone that I had, which again was supposed to be mysterious and drive player exploration. And again, at this point, I still avoided over-encumbering myself with textures and materials. Again, when I've said that people treat lighting as polish, and I don't think you should, this is why. I can already tell what the scene, the tone, and everything I'm trying to build with this environment before I even start setting down specific things. Now, once I've done all that, once I've tested and verified, once I've refined and moved things around and really felt like I was happy with where I was at, I set about refining and polishing the scene. In this, I used simple trees because I wanted to keep the same reinforced, blocky, chunky environment that I had overall. I used the lighting to help bring down the brightness of the environment immediately around the player so that the object in the background, the pillar itself, was the brightest and clearest object to the player. Now, I never told the player they can't go straight ahead, but when a player jumps into this, the first thing they're going to see, the highest point of interest, is this, which is there to encourage them to go there. That's how you want your game to feel. That's what immersion is. It's never about telling the player where you want to go. It's about using your environment, using your assets, and all of those choices to drive them there and let them get there on their own. Now, before I get to the thank you, I want to appeal to each one of you guys. The reason why I wanted to set this presentation up is Roblox is a community of great games and great developers. We can all work together to become better and help each other by helping our individual games. By putting focus into the design of your game and your own individual assets, your own world, you are helping your neighbor is helping you. And as we elevate the Roblox visual platform, how everything looks to an external user who knows nothing about Studio, the popularity of individual games and Studio becomes greater. So what you're doing is not only helping your game look better, you're helping it do better. So in my thanks, I also want to point out several games that are great examples of both lighting, textures, materials, general aesthetic choice, and cohesion in the environment. For instance, Neon District was a great example. I used it pretty heavily. Bootleg Buccaneers is a great example of textures and materials. Life of an Otaku is great about setting tone, mood with your lighting. Innocence, again, the same thing. It used it very effectively also to scare you and drive the player's focus from place to place. And then Egg Hunt used it very effectively, everything very effectively, to help you feel these very different worlds, but you still felt like you're playing one big game. So if you have any questions at all, feel free to ask, but my handle right here is Roblox Imagineer, and I am on Twitter that I set up like 3 days ago, so there's not a lot up there. And then, of course, on Roblox. So I'm open to any questions if you guys have any. Sweet. I like this. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Deepak.
Yeah. Hi. What are the games that you grew up with that drew you in and made you want to be who you are today?
So one of the earliest examples I can think of is Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. The game itself was still to this day holds up because they spent a lot of time making sure that everything in their game felt like it was made of the same stuff, the materials, the trees, everything felt like they belonged together. So that's a great example to me. Mass Effect did it really well. Mirror's Edge is a great example of that kind of stuff. I can go on, but there's a lot of games that I pick out things that at the time I knew they were great games, but I didn't know why. I didn't know why they appealed to me visually until I really started thinking about these questions and the questions they themselves asked them and answered in those games. Yeah. Yes.
What software do you use?
Hang on. Yeah.
What software do you use to bake objects?
What do you mean by lighting and everything like that? So if you want, again, you want to use real-time lighting when you can, but if you use baked in, you can either use XNormal, you could use Maya, Blender, all have the capability of baking in lighting. You just set up a lighting rig. Or in my case, I typically like to just go ahead and use 3D Coat or ZBrush or any kind of program where you can paint on the model, and I paint in the shadows. Yeah, my personal preference is to do painted because I like that discrete control. Anybody else? No? Awesome. Yes.
You were showing where you do a lot of 3D design. Have you had practice doing any 2D design?
Yeah. So when I did 2D design, the same concepts typically applied here, doing sprite work or, in fact, Jetpack Fighter, while being a 3D game, was treated in a 2D environment. So we realized, and I can see if I can go back to it real quick. Give me a second, guys. I want to actually use this as an example. When we first designed this game, we realized we ran into problems where readability was, I can click on it eventually. Readability was important, but we wanted to have the ability to manipulate the camera on the fly. So it was more like 2.5D, but we applied the same concepts we did here. The environment, as you can see, is much more subdued, especially when you get to the background. In fact, there's almost just flat shapes because we wanted the immediate play space of where the characters were to be the thing that you focused on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions? Yes, Deepak. Other Deepak, not the same one.
Going into your background, what kind of things did you study or type of schooling you went to get to where you are now?
So I went to school for media arts and animation because I didn't know what I wanted to do. At the time, I was like, I want to work at Pixar. I didn't want to work at Pixar. I wanted to work in games, but I knew that I wanted to work in art, and I went to school for that because it was very broad. I thought we learned about sculpture, we learned about how lighting impacts things, we learned about general color theory. So it helps to just look at these things that you wouldn't immediately associate with games. In fact, there's a GDC demo I point out over here. They talk about interior design and how it impacts environment design, because these concepts applied in games work just like they do in the real world. So a lot of the stuff that I did was real world media, and then I moved into digital after that. Any more? Yes.
For doing game design and everything, and let's say you're doing it just as assets, you don't want to be the one doing any of the scripting, how do you recommend getting your foot into the industry?
So oftentimes, or if we want to talk about Roblox, that's a hard question to answer. It's different for each area, but you want to try to either go in as an intern at some of these places or as a prop modeler. Prop modeler is usually the low level. You're creating basic assets, but one teaches you the pipeline specifically for that game, how that company operates, but it also kind of gets you generally aware of how the process works in games. So prop modeling is usually a good place to start. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When you were showing like the Blackie character that was with like the slimmer like tree and that like more detailed sword, it almost looked like, well, to me personally, I kind of liked the look of that a lot because it looked like the character didn't fit into the world, yet he still did. So have you like seen any games that have been able to use the idea of like breaking the rules of lighting and all of that stuff in color? And what are some examples of that, and how can you like break the rules while making it good within the rules, I guess?
So that's a good question. I can't think of a game right off the top of my head, but there are games that use it very effectively. Even in those games, though, there's usually something, like I mentioned about 4 or 5 things you can use to unify your game. Even those games they never break the rules, they bend them. They break them for 1 or 2 things. The models might look different. The textures might look different, but they still use the lighting that's the same. They still use the materials that are the same, because they're still trying to breed a world that feels like it's immersive, even if they're breaking their own rules. I can, put up on Twitter once I can think of them, some examples of particular games that do that. Oh, yeah.
Mario Odyssey, the world with the city.
Oh, yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, the New Donk City is a great example of them sidestepping that issue. You have Mario, who's supposedly human, and he's in an environment that looks very human. But instead of ever actually confronting that directly, they just built a game that looked like it was built off the same stuff. Like the characters would look different, the environment looked different, but still looked like it was built of the same stuff. And I want to point out specifically, the game used lighting very effectively to make it still felt like it belonged together. Toy Story is a great example again.
When I'm often building maps, I find it hard to cut off the zone where the player is supposed to go. What are some good ways to do that? Like often I'll make it on an island, so there's nothing else for them to walk towards, but I tend to overuse that. So what are other ways to limit the area they can explore?
So the first thing I would do is discourage. And by that I mean build an environment that looks like there's no reason to go there. Two, obscurance. You want to use objects to make it feel like they can't get there. Yes, players will still try to go there, and you might want to mitigate that with either invisible colliders or something like that. But again, like Breath of the Wild and games like that, they encourage you and discourage you based on obscurance and deterrence, or deterrence. So basically the items don't look like there's something of interest. The thing just looks like it's clearly in the distance, and there's something immediately blocking your path, say a building, hills, dense tree coverage. That kind of stuff can be used to create guide rails that aren't actually boundaries. Also, I want to point out lighting can be useful there as well. You can use a dimmer lighting, light up the areas that's place-based, make the dimmer space something that doesn't necessarily feel like it should be of interest. All these things can be used to drive interest to one area and deter interest from another area. And if you do those two together, you should be able to provide your players a space they feel like they belong in, and a space they feel like they don't really want to bother with. Any other questions? Yes.
Okay, so a lot of games recently I found I don't like the way they look because, for instance, Mario Odyssey is another example. They have the play space in the world, and then there's just a skybox, and you can kind of just see where the world falls off. And I've noticed that a lot recently, and I think it kind of goes along with what he's asking about how to get the world to
Feel like it's seamless or endless?
Yeah, feel like it's endless, but put a boundary still without having that drop off into the edge. And Breath of the Wild is another example because on one side you have the ocean, which is great, and on the other side you have mountains that you can't climb. But on the very top there's a big chasm that never looked right.
Yeah, it always felt like there should have been something on the other side.
Yeah, so tips for...
So you kind of pointed out a couple tips. They didn't do it in all their areas, but for one, they used high environment that was very vertical, so the player didn't feel like they could actually climb it. The player through that game knew how far they could climb, and they saw something that was well out of their range. They were discouraged from going there. Then it, of course, used physical blockers like invisible colliders and warnings saying you can't go any further that direction. Ocean was another example. The player knew they could swim a certain distance. They made that distance insurmountable. You could not cross that water. So you want to kind of create those subtle, intuitive limitations through either something that feels like it's just too far for them to go, too far for them to ever consider going. Like, what's down there that really matters? And then to create an endless environment, usually what I suggest doing, and in the environment I did, I created some hills that created a sense that the environment was going up and then back down, so they would never see the end of the world. And then I just layered that with simplified objects that were so far out that the sky fog or the depth fog was making it feel like it was just endless. But these objects were just, in fact, in the very distance, they were just spheres. Just spheres in the distance and cubes that were off in the distance. They were so far out the player didn't feel like they could get to them, but they still helped make it feel like it went on almost endlessly. All right, cool. That's all the time I've got for. I can answer your question offline if you'd like. Like I said, take a look at GDC demos. Take a look at the future RDC demos. I'm hoping we can do more of these in the future. And if you guys have questions, specific things you want to go over, just let us know because next year we might want to do more specific talks. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, I haven't got to introduce myself yet. My name's Christian.
Deepak, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Whenever you have the chance, I have something I actually wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah.
Do you have to go to another panel right now? Or?
I still gotta coordinate the rest of this one, but like, is it quick or do you want longer time?
A little bit longer. That's okay.
Yeah. Just catch me in the evening or
Okay.
during the game jam.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime. Where do you guys want to sit?
Hello.
No, so where do you want to sit?
Are you guys staying for the next one? Yeah.
Projectiles.
Oh, there's someone sitting here, yes. But I'm sure you can pull the chair.
But our biggest issue is that if we're going to
All right. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to. Welcome. Welcome to Talk 2 of the Design Track. I have the special privilege of introducing Kelly Mays, Product Director of Social. So one of the key components to design is how other players interact with other players. And if you want your game to be successful, alive, then you have to pay attention to how people are interacting in your world. So without further ado, Kelly.
Thank you, Deepak. So I'm going to talk today about making your game more social. First, I'll spend a little time introducing myself. My name's Kelly, and on Roblox, I'm Sister Alligator. I've been at the company for a little under a year, and I'll tell you a little bit about how I got here. When I was a kid and growing up, I loved playing games. I loved figuring out how things worked, and I mostly played single-player games. I was never interested in like the online social mode, if that was offered. The game that changed my mind about that was World of Warcraft. I started playing with some people that I knew in real life. Before long, I was part of a guild. I was making friends in Canada. We were chatting about each other's lives, and it was really awesome. And I really loved the social experience that I got, the way I was able to connect with people through playing games, through exploring together, doing things in this imagined environment together. It's a real, genuine connection. So I went to college. I majored in computer science and physics. I worked as a developer for a few years, then I got my MBA, and then I really got into like the game entertainment social zone. So to quickly talk about some of the things I've built so that you get an idea of the kinds of products that excite me, the kinds of ideas I'm bringing to Roblox. Gaia was a 2D virtual world a while back. I worked on the avatar system, helping people find the right items, browse the catalog in shops, and have avatar contests. And I worked on user forums where people would have discussions really about anything. From there, I went to Zynga, where I worked on Zynga's social platform during its heyday. So the widget that would have all your friends, that would allow you to add friends, invite people to the game, that would, we included a chat feature that could overlay any game, that would allow you to share, help each other, trade items even within chat. From there, I went to Facebook, where I focused on video, helping people really connect through media, express themselves, share who they are, talk about things that are important to them through media, and also Facebook groups. So really building communities and helping people find the right community for them. I'm super excited to be at Roblox, where we are building the future of social, the future of how people interact online, how people build relationships, communities, is all about 3D. It's all about playing together, exploring together, doing things together, the kinds of things that people do in your games. Super stoked to be here. So this leads me to the social team at Roblox. What is the mission of the social team? What is social at Roblox? Our mission is to make it easy for people to play with their friends and share their virtual lives. The things they do are inside the game. On the app, we're trying to make it easy for people to come together and enter games together to play with each other. You know, when you build a game, you guys probably think a lot about your core loop or the core progression, the core set of activities that someone's going to do in your game that makes them feel really satisfied. As we think about the core loop of Roblox overall, this is one of the key aspects of it. We want the app and the overall experience of Roblox to focus on bringing people together, making friend connections, and playing games together. So today I'm going to talk about why social is important to your game, some of the features that we're building on the platform to make it easy for people to play with their friends, some of the best examples of what games are doing to make it easy for people to play with their friends and connect with each other, and finally, what we should expect from the future. So, why is playing with friends important? We took a bunch of data from 1,000 or so of the top games, and we looked at what happens when people play alone versus what happens when people play with their friends in those same exact games. And it's pretty astounding what we found. First off, playing with friends means that people play longer. Individual game session times are about 30% longer for people who are playing with their friends versus people who are playing alone. Cool. Even more importantly, playing with friends means that people stay longer. So people that play with their friends the very first day, what we call day 0, are 60% more likely to come back for day 1. This is huge. It keeps up no matter how long of a time horizon you look at. If you start to look at week 4 or month 1, that's about the same. If you look even further out into month 3 or week 12, it starts to get even bigger. So people who play with your friends in your games will stay longer. They'll stay active in your games longer, which of course means that they're having more fun, they're getting more value, you're getting more value from them. It's a great, great situation. And down to get the bottom line, people who play with friends spend more money. They spend about 20% more Robux per game session if they're playing with friends. So people will last longer and spend more money in your game if they're playing with friends. And of course, most importantly, playing with friends is more fun. Okay, this is a totally fake chart. We don't actually have data about how much fun people are having. But if you just do it yourself or if you watch people playing together, it's just way, way, way more fun when people are playing with friends. You can feel the energy lift up. You can see people interacting more and sharing more. So totally fake chart, but pretty sure it's way more fun. So how's Roblox helping people play with friends? We're investing a lot on the platform this year on the app side of things to help people connect with their friends, see what their friends are playing, and join them. Here's a couple demos. So on Roblox's social platform, we've just last week rolled out big updates to the homepage on web, which will let everybody hover over their friends' faces. And if someone's online, you can chat with them. And if someone's in a game, you'll be able to join them. But first, we'll start with creating a chat with one of the players up here, Abma, so we can look at some of the chat features that we've added. This year, we added the ability to have a more immersive, compelling game card. So if I copy and paste a link of a game, it shows up as an interesting game card in the chat with a big join button that my friend can join me and I can join the same game and we'll be matched together. We can also pin the game to chat so that the game will stay as part of that chat, even if we go on talking about our days, blah, blah, blah. We'll have access to that game to be able to go in and join each other in the future. Finally, when somebody comes online, I think that's the next thing that's going to happen. So Just for Show is about to hop into a game. Oh, look, he's playing Meep City. And I can hover over his face and join him. Also in the chat, I'll see what people are playing. So I can see that Just for Show is in Meep City. I can see that we've pinned a different game to that chat. If it's a chat group with more than one game, you can see what everybody's playing and decide who to join. This is really making it easier for people to see what their friends are playing in real time and join them. In the real-time aspect, we're about to see, so Sister Alligator just popped into Bee Swarm. I saw that pop up in chat at the same time that it was updated on the homepage. I can join her either way, through the chat hover card or through the homepage hover card on her face. The other thing we added recently was the ability to invite friends from within games. So open up the player list in a game. There's a big call to action to invite. It shows all my friends, who's online. I can even search for a person and invite them into this game. When I invite them, they're going to see one of those game cards pop up in chat, which means they get a notif on Roblox. They get a push notif on their phone if they have that enabled. And they can immediately jump into chat, click join. They'll be matched with me on my server. All these features are adding up to helping people play with their friends more on Roblox. Get into the games with their friends that everyone is enjoying, that their friends are enjoying. One of the key things as we talk about what games can do to be more social, one of the key things I want to convey is that any game can be social. When you talk about social games on Roblox, everybody thinks Meep City, which is a totally awesome game, a lot of really great features, but not every game is going to be Meep City. Not every game is going to be focused around chatting and exploring together. But there are a bunch of mechanics, a bunch of features that almost any game can use to become more social and help people play with friends. We will start out with an example of Meep City from Meep City. If you do one thing, do this feature. Meep City has an in-game feature where you can see all your friends and when they last played, whether they're online. And if my friend comes online, it's going to notify me, and I'll be able to see in the game, I'll be able to teleport to them and join them. So I think it's about to happen. Sister Alligator comes online. There's a notification. I see that she's online. I can click her picture, and they'll pop up a little invitation to go join her. Now, if I choose to join her, I'm immediately teleported. It automatically says hi. She gets a little pop-up on her side that, oh, your friend Gruffalotus joined you. And boom, we're together, we're playing together. This is magic. And a lot of games can use this type of mechanic. Second pro tip, round-based games, you can make sure that people have the ability to add their friend to their team as they're waiting in the lobby. This is Island Royale. You can open up your friends lists, invite somebody who's online right now. Boom, they're added to your team. Then you're going to play the game together on the same team. This is also pretty magic, and a lot of round-based games can use this type of mechanic to get friends together. And the next, oh, whoa, what? Server full? Oh, I hate it when that happens. So lots of games have some sort of server limitations, and if you try to join your friend, you end up getting this message more often than we'd like. We right now have settings where you can set preferred players and max players, but not everybody knows what those mean. The defaults aren't really that good. So coming soon, coming in the next week or so, we're going to update those settings to be a lot more intuitive and have better defaults. So this is the new server fill settings. Deepak's clapping. Cool. This is the new server fill settings coming soon. The default will just be let Roblox manage it for me. We won't go above your max players, but we'll maintain a social buffer roughly of a few players depending on your server size. Reserve some slots for people to join their friends. You can also ask Roblox to always fill to the max if you have a specific team size or something that you need, a specific server size that you need, or you can customize it yourself with your own logic. What I will say is that we looked at, again, the current top games, and we looked at games that use that reserve a social buffer, basically use the max players and preferred players, versus ones that don't have a social buffer. And the results were pretty similar to the kind of stats I showed at the beginning. Retention's better, so day one retention is like 20% better, week one retention's like 30% better, month one retention 60% better. So definitely encourage you guys to reserve the slots so that people can join their friends, or just use the default. So this was all about people joining their friends. There's a couple other really cool social mechanics that are more about breaking the ice between people, letting people meet new people or cultivate new relationships in their games. One of my favorites is spectate mode. So this is great for round-based games. Either somebody joins their friend, but the round has already started, or somebody gets kicked out of the round before their friend does, or you're just looking for things to do in the lobby. Spectate mode can let you basically peer over the shoulder of another player, your friend, or just another player on the server, and have more fun, feel like you're playing with your friend, even if you're not technically in the same round. Another one is integrating groups. Lots of games have fan groups. A lot of groups are very active, but really promoting your group in the game is a pretty cool thing to do. This is a great example from Mining Simulator that has a group-only item. They tell you which group to join. It gets people into the fan group so that they have that connection with other players really early on. Another cool use of groups is actually including user-generated groups. So Tales from the Valley has a system where you can input a user-generated group, so like a guild or something like that, and then they will help that group of people play together through their game. So it's really integrating user-generated groups, not just fan groups. And finally, another great icebreaker, a lot of games have items that you can trade. So using trading in your game to be like an icebreaker between people helps people be more social, gives people something to talk about, even with people that aren't their friends in the game. One type of best practice I didn't really find examples on Roblox for. You guys might know of some examples. Please tell me. I'd be really excited to see this happening, is social buffs. So when you think about progression in your game, whether it's going through levels or accumulating better items, usually the main way that people progress through a game is spending time, getting skills, completing quests, whatever. It's time-based. Oftentimes people that buy something have a little bit faster progression, right? They get a shortcut to the cool items. They get items that help them level up faster, items with better stats. And a lot of games use this really effectively. something you can kind of put in the middle is social buffs. So if somebody is inviting friends, if somebody's playing with their friends, maybe they get a bonus item or slightly more XP or slightly more health or something like that, where their progression is just a tiny bit faster. It's a really good mechanic to incentivize people to bring their friends in to play with them and to play with friends longer. Finally, where are we going in the future? So the social team is really just starting at Roblox. And over the next year, we're going to focus on 4 areas. The first one is making sure that everybody has people to play with. Playing with friends is great if you have friends and if they're online right now. For a lot of people, especially newer players, that's just not the case. So we want to do things that help give you suggested people to play with, or let you follow people and more easily play with people you follow, so that you don't have to friend everybody and you don't have to run into the 200-person limit in order to have people to play with. The second thing is we're calling living room communication. So the real magic, there's a real type of magic that happens when you watch people play together in real life. They're talking about, oh, hey, follow me over here. Oh, wait, where are you? Where'd you go? It's very hard to do this on Roblox if you're not in the same room together. So we're trying to build better ways to integrate chat and make chat more accessible on mobile so that you'll be able to have that type of living room communication when you're playing on Roblox. The last 2 are a little bit further out, but we do want to help people share what they're doing in game with each other, even if they're not online at the same time. So we're thinking of ways to help people share in-game moments with their friends on Roblox that will be easy and lightweight, and again, bring them back into the same games their friends are playing so that they have experiences they can share with each other, things to talk about. And finally, healthy communities. So groups, fan groups, user-generated guilds, all of these are great communities that help people have people to play with or without an active friends list. We want to invest more in communities and make it easier for players to find and join communities and play with the groups of people that they meet on Roblox. That's it for my talk. It's time to go into Q&A.
You mentioned allowing players to join up with their friends in the round-based thing, but however, would that greatly have an effect on a game that, say, is more of a competitive thing in creating almost a rigged match because you have all your super good friends on the one team, Would that, do you think of anything offhand that might help counter that, or would it just have to be like an honor system type thing?
So some competitive games do skill-based matchmaking, which might take precedence over social matchmaking. It's a game-by-game decision. I would, if you're doing skill-based matchmaking, maybe it's useful to have zones that are more friend-oriented and where you have a mix of skills intentionally. It's not really fair to have high-skill people go compete against low-skill people. It's not really fair to have low-skill people jump in with a bunch of high-skill people. So maybe you create special zones or special rounds that are more of a mixed bag, where it's a little bit more about social matchmaking and less about the skill-based matchmaking. They are kind of different levers or different attitudes that people have.
Right,
sure.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So adding to what he said, so for example, like let's say you have a mini games place or say a first-person shooter game. How do you maintain social aspects? You obviously have emotes like waving, dancing, like at the spawn or something. But how do you add more social integrations to keep players, doing the social aspect of the game, but also, keeping it competitive, keeping players on their toes while being social? How do you implement that?
Yeah, first-person shooters are a great example of putting people on the same team if they're friends. Awesome. They don't necessarily even need to talk that much or chat that much. Just doing the thing together is a good social bond. Also having zones that are separate, like kind of safe zones or, places where you can like possibly use a keyboard to chat instead of just using it to run and shoot. That's another good technique. I know it's very difficult, but I think thinking of it as separate zones where you have like competitive zones and social zones, and they are adjacent to each other, I think that's the right way to go with those sorts of things, because it's almost impossible to actually chat while, like a text chat, while doing a first-person shooter that's like in the middle of the action.
Okay, thank you.
So in a game, Restaurant Tycoon, we recently released team building, but I feel like that might not be enough to have players engage with each other. So how could we make that go further?
Yeah, I would encourage you guys to think of, think of like a spectrum of different relationships, right? Where people who are already friends, it's super easy to get them to engage. You just have to like let them be in the same place, right? As a platform, we're not super awesome at that yet, but that is the easiest way to get people to socialize. People who are already friends, just put them in the same place. If you're trying to build friendships, it's a different set of concerns. I almost think of it as like a progression where you start out with just strangers, seeing people over and over again, seeing the same people over and over again, helps you build some trust. Lightweight things like trading, which are very low risk, help you build trust with people. So try to think of lightweight things, even lighter than chatting, where it's just helping each other out through the game. If there's teams, maybe there's specific tasks that only a team can do together. Everybody gets a bonus if they complete the thing as a team. That sort of thing can help people, kind of ease into those relationships where it's not too much of a big jump right away, right? Because people start off as strangers, they really need to be kind of handheld into interacting together before they're willing to become friends or even chat.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. My question is about the friend invites. Will we be able to see when players invite their friends and when those friends join, so we can reward players that do invite friends?
Yeah, I believe you can see if somebody joins, intentionally joins another player through one of these join buttons or through the profile. You can see when they enter your game, you can see who they're trying to join. So I don't think we yet have a way for you to see like the, player X invited player Y, but you will see if player Y joins player X, so that you can see that they've joined. You can reward the two of them for playing together. You can. That's probably the scope of what we want to try to do. Yeah.
So how does the preferred player count differ from the server fill? And what does optimizing server fill for me do?
Yeah, so it's really underneath the UI, it's the same thing. There's a preferred player count and a max player count. We're just basically having Roblox set the preferred player count as the default. Because it's going to be much easier for most people to just say, sure. Roblox will use an algorithm that's going to scale the number of slots according to your server size. So if you have a really small server, you might just have one slot. If you have like, a 200-person server, 100-person server, you might have something like 20 or 25 slots that we reserve. So it'll just automatically calculate a number. You don't have to worry about it. We'll tweak it over time so that we're trying to maximize full servers, but also maximize the number of people that can join friends.
For games and mechanics that require two players, say like the recent addition to Jailbreak with the museum robbing, which requires two players to do it, do you have any suggestions to have like two regular people use it and encourage social mechanics versus like alt farming?
Alt farming is super, super, super difficult. For two regular people, was your question just about how to prevent alt farming or how to like get two people to use it? I guess, controls. So if you can do things that require like a lot of dexterity, for example, it becomes very hard to do it without two actual people. So I would almost think of it that way, that you have to like have dexterity or speed or timing or something like that, where it's physically hard for one person to do both. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
You want to ask more questions, so feel free to approach it. That's so ridiculous. Talk 3 of the design track. I have the privilege again of introducing Grace Lynn, who is on the UX team at Roblox. Now, UX might be a new term for all of you, but that's the whole reason why we have this talk, to explain UX. So without further ado, Grace.
Hello, hi, I'm Grace Lynn, because we have many Graces here. Yeah, so this is me, known as Haha Monkey 5 on Roblox. And I've been here for almost 2 years now, but it's my first time at RDC and as a speaker. And right now, I'm currently the UX lead for Studio and Avatar. So, what is UX? Anyone knows? User experience. Cool, cool, cool. So, user experience, yes. And so this means this is how user experience the product. So for you guys, it'll be how players experience your game, right? So what do I do as a UX designer? Do I make things pretty? Nope. So yeah, this is like one part of my job, but like that's just a small part. So UX is more about making things work. Yeah, so my mission here is to like figure out user needs, which is your needs, and then figure out your pain points. And then we design solutions to provide like better user experience and to make your life easier. And most importantly, to make you happy. Yeah, so I'm gonna show some of my the work that I did. And then let's see what issues we've been addressing recently and then see if it fits your needs. So the first one. So we know that this is a feature that you've been requesting for years, and you have like long working hours, and sometimes you work in the dark, and your eyes hurt, right? So we think it's time for us to give you a better working environment. So this is our solution, dark theme. Hey. All right. So this is just released a few weeks ago, and now we let you easily switch between light and dark. Yeah, and then if you haven't tried it out yet, you can go to File, Settings, Studio, and then under General, click on the UI theme dropdown, and then you can switch to dark theme. Right, cool. And if you have any feedbacks or if you like it or don't like it, feel free to let us know. Right, so next thing. We know that you want to reach more players, and then you want to build up your own community, and you want to add a Discord link to your game. So we're introducing social media links. Yeah, you want Discord, we'll give you Discord, and Twitter, YouTube, and other social media. So now you can add up to 3 social media links, and then once it's added, it'll appear in the game details page. So this is not released yet, but we're gonna release this soon. Right, so today I'm gonna talk about like how to design great UX across platforms. So why should you care about all the different platforms? So let's do a quick survey. How many of you have your games on desktop? Raise a hand. Right, pretty much everyone. What about mobile? Okay, what about Xbox? Okay, cool. So let's see where your players are on. Now you can see here that more than half of your players are on mobile and almost 40% on desktop. So you can tell that not desktop only anymore, yeah? Then if we break down mobile, you can see more than half are on phone and then almost like 40% on tablet. So like all the different platforms have different limitations and then also different things to think about when you're designing for it. So let's take a quick overview of what we have currently. First thing, desktop. So this is the first platform that we support. Then phone, smaller screen but portable so you can play anywhere. Then console, so you play with a gamepad, very different interaction. And tablet, somewhere kind of in between phone and desktop. And then portrait mode, that allows you to play just with one hand. Yeah, so you can see the biggest differences here are the screen sizes and the interaction. So obviously, phones usually have the smallest screen, and then a tablet a bit larger, then larger on desktop and TVs. Yeah, so for interaction, with mobile, you have a touch screen and you play with your fingers. So on desktop, it's usually mouse and keyboard. And then console, you use a gamepad to play. Yeah. So now you've known the basics and know the differences of each platform. I'm going to share some tips and some things to think about when you're designing for the different platforms. And I'll go over these 3 sections, so layout, interaction, and visual. So let's start with layout first. So layout is where you put your UI elements, and some things to think about this. Mobile first, restrictions, and thumb zone. So let's start with mobile first. So this means you start from a smaller screen, which is going to be phone in our case. Then you can move it to tablet, and then larger screens like desktop. So why do you need to do this? Okay, let's take a look at this graph again. So more than half of your players are on mobile. So probably, and it's also like still growing. So it's a good time for you to give more love to your mobile players, yeah? Then it's always easier to add than cut down. So if you have all the essentials set, it's easier to port it to like larger screens. Yep. And let's see what happens if you don't do this. So say you started on desktop. You got a perfect view like this. You want to put it onto phone, portrait mode. You scale everything down, but it can't fit, yeah? So if you already know that you're going to have your game on mobile, start from the smaller screens and prioritize the content so you don't just put everything out there. And then less is more so it doesn't lose focus. And then once you get the essentials set, then it's easier to move on to larger screens. All right, cool, next. Restrictions. So as you can see here, we already took some spaces. So top part for menu bar, and bottom left move, and then bottom right jump. So this is just a more accurate view on phone. So portrait mode and landscape mode, on tablet, and on desktop. So things to remember here, avoid the red areas. So you don't want like overlapping and stuff. Yep, cool. So next, thumb zone. So before I go into the details here, there's 2 things you need to know. So the first one, most of your mobile players play with their thumbs. Okay, maybe you know that already. Okay, the second one, your thumb has feelings as well. So yeah, maybe you can try with your thumbs. Like if you make it easy to move and move naturally, it'll be happy. If you stretch it a little bit, maybe it's okay. But if you want it to stretch too hard, it'll get mad, yeah? So thumb zone is like the map to tell you like how your thumbs feel in these areas. So green, it's easy to reach, so happy. And orange, okay, but red is where you want to avoid putting your main actions. Okay, let's see it with phone and hand. So left hand, right hand, then 2 hands together, then landscape mode, and then the tablet view. So yeah, just keep in mind that because these areas might change based on the screen sizes and how big your hand is, but you get the concept here. Yep. So let's take a look at this example here. You know what this game is? Yeah, so let's see how they're doing. Right, they have the main interactions on the bottom, and the top area is where you drag the items to, right? So if we map it with the thumb zone, you can see they're doing a pretty good job. Like most of the interactions are in the green area, and in the red it's just like stats or info and time, which you can't really interact with. Yeah, so when thinking about layout, put your main actions in the green area so it's easy for them to reach and make your thumbs happy. Yeah, so we've just talked about like mobile first, restrictions, and thumb zone. And let's see if we put it all together, how this can help you with your layout. So mobile first, restrictions, and then thumb zone. So here you can see like all the different areas. So remember to avoid the reds and put your main action in the green. And then once it's all set, move to larger screens. Yeah, cool. Okay, now interaction. So this is how players interact with your UI. And we're gonna go over, you don't want conflicts in your game, and touch target and gamepad navigation. So there was a game that I played. It had this button like this called tasks. I have to open it up to see all the details and like what the tasks I need to complete, and also see the progress, right? So I wanted to leave it open when I'm playing, but then you remember we have restrictions. So now I can't move. Yeah, so it feels pretty bad that I can't do something that I want to or I need to. Yeah, so you want to avoid that. And then also another thing is muscle memory. So muscle memory means that if you're already pretty used to doing something, you might just like do it without a second thought. And so for example, maybe like when you're installing, you just click next, 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 and done. So you might not even be reading the text, right? So this is the same concept. Say you have the layout like this. You have delete on the left and save on the right. You have the same thing for all screens. But one day you decided to switch. And then, so now save is on the left, delete is on the right. So what happens here? What? Yeah. So they might not even know what just happened, right? So you don't want to have that conflict in your design. So when you're designing interactions, think about the whole user flow and the layout, including like when it's collapsed or opened. And then think about the restrictions we already have, and also common usage or like your muscle memory. So you don't want to give them like bad surprises. Yeah. Right, next thing, touch target. So here on the left, you see this is a desktop view with a small cursor. And on the right, you have a phone with your thumb. So on desktop, it's pretty easy to hit the accurate target because the cursor is pretty small and you can like move precisely. But if we move the same buttons to phone, you have no cursors anymore, you only have your big thumb, right? And then it's easy to hit the wrong one. Yeah. So what you want to do is make the buttons big enough and leave comfortable safe spacing so they don't like mistap or misclick easily. The next one, gamepad navigation. So you know that when you're playing with a gamepad, you have very limited movements. Like you can only move one step at a time, right? So either up, down, left, right. So because of this, you want to think about your layout and where you want to start them. If you always start them from the left, so what happens if the most common used buttons are on the right? So they have to move all the way to the right. And then also like maybe also think if you want to start them from the middle, so it's easier to go either way. But these are things for you to think about because there's no like one perfect design for all games. So because of the limited movements, think about the layout and the starting point to give them a better experience. Yep. Last one, visual. So visual is what players see in your game. And things to think about here, consistency, readability, and visual feedback. So for the first one, so something about the font sizes here. Actually, when we do design, we might use different font sizes for different hierarchy. So for example, I might use a larger text for the title and slightly smaller for content. But for content, you usually don't see like different sizes in the same line, right? Yeah, so the same concept here. Like this is a common issue that we see a lot. So you have like items with all different names, and some are shorter, some are longer, and you just want them to fit in that box. Now it looks like this, but it feels pretty messy and uncomfortable to view. And then if you're thinking about localization, it might get even messier. So how can we fix this? Make it consistent overall, and if you can't fit everything in one line, maybe consider 2 lines. Yeah, right. So make it consistent overall for font sizes and spacing, and also your color usage, so it's more comfortable to view. The next one, readability. So if you ever have text on your screen, the most important thing to do is make it readable. So because if they can't read it, then it doesn't make sense at all. So like here on the right, you have a nice large screen here, and you want to put everything to mobile. So you just shrink everything down. So it's there, and it fits, but you can't really read it. So what you can do here is shrink it down a little bit, it's okay, but still make the font size big enough to read. And if it doesn't fit all the way, you can just add a scroll bar. Yeah. And another thing to consider is color contrast. So for these examples, the different combos, maybe you can easily tell which ones are easier to read and which ones are not. And if you can't tell, don't worry. Or if you don't know if you have like enough color contrast in your game, you can always like go online, search for a contrast checker, and then there's going to be like a lot of websites to help you do this. Right. So always make it easy to read. Remember to give like big enough font sizes and enough spacing, and also enough color contrast. Right. So next thing, visual feedback. So this is very important to always give your audience feedback so they know what's going on. So take buttons for example. Like on mobile, you want to show them which buttons are enabled, disabled, and like state changes when it's pressed. Then for desktop, there's one more called hover view since you're using a mouse. Yeah. And then on console, you want to let them know what the current selection is. Okay. Right. Now, so for visual feedback, always think about state changes, or say like win or lose, and also like loading states. Let them know what's going on, so it's easier to follow. Yep. Okay, just a quick recap of what we talked about here. Right, layout. Mobile first, start from the smaller screens, and prioritize your content. Then for restrictions, remember to avoid what we've already taken up. And then thumb zone, put your main actions in the green area. Then interaction, so you don't want conflicts, so no overlapping. And also think about muscle memory. And touch target, make your buttons big enough so it's easy to tap. Right, and gamepad navigation, think about the layout and your starting point. Then visual, so consistency, you want like same font sizes or colors overall in the same layout, same hierarchy. And readability, make your text big enough so it's easy to read, and think about color contrast. Then also visual feedback, always give your audience feedback so they know what's going on. Okay, so it's okay if you don't do things the right time, just like keep play testing and iterate, and then also test on real devices so you know how it feels. Yeah, and then give your players more love, think about your own game, and think what kind of experience you want to give them. So do you want to make your players look like this or like this? You can decide. All right, questions?
I was wondering about the thumb zones, particularly on mobile devices where the jump button is located. I'd like to bring awareness to that there is a conflict with the jump button and friend request. They overlap each other. I was wondering if that's on a roadmap to be addressed in the future or not.
That I am not sure yet, because it's another team. Yeah, but I'll bring this up to them.
All right, thank you.
Do you have any tips on making a UI in VR using Roblox's VR API?
So VR is actually another world. So because when you think about VR, it's like 3D, right? So not just like what you see right in front of you. You have to think about the depth. But for now, we haven't got into that much yet. Yeah, but we can talk offline.
Hi, my name's Irie Soja. I have a question. So I usually make my games on all platforms, not just one. Would you recommend that when you make UI, it goes like from a scale of 1 to 10, how important is it to have, like, I guess, accessibility for it? So, for example, should my UI be very, very similar from phone to console to computer, or should they all be drastically different but effectively, reach the points you talked about?
I would say it's good to have it consistent, but also depends on the content. Like maybe for phone and tablet, it's easy to like port this pretty similar layout, and then also for mobile and desktop. But then on console, because the interaction is very different, so it's okay to like switch it up a bit. And also like depends on what experience you want to give them. Yeah, so it depends on your game and the experience, and also like the different interactions they can do with their hand. Yeah.
Hello, over here.
Oh.
I feel like for new users that want to, or new developers that want to get into like with UI and like change your game in between platforms from mobile and to like Xbox, I feel like it's really hard for them to test out because you have to like script like do a lot of scripting to move around positions and like check if they're on Xbox or mobile. So I feel like this is a suggestion, but when you change, you can change or you can test out like the resolution of whatever device you're on. Is there a way in the future that you can implement that so that you can also see like your user or your GUIs like change position too when you're changing the device on like testing in the studio?
Like in studio.
Yeah, because you can switch in between
now-
like iPhone 7 and then iPad and such on like different resolutions.
Right now, I only know we have like the emulator where you can switch between different devices, but on the real device, I don't know yet.
Oh no, but my suggestion is that you can't, or when you change like when you change the emulation, your GUIs don't change. I mean, they scale, but like if you change them like in game, like scripting, like when it's running in game, is there a way to like you can assign a position for when you're testing emulation, so that it switches over, like your GUIs switch over to that position for whatever thing you're testing or whatever device you're testing on?
Okay, that I'm not sure. I need to check on that, but I'll check and then I'll get back to you.
Okay.
So this is about starting with the smallest screen concept. How small would you consider is small enough? Like, would
Okay.
something like an iPhone 5 be small, or would something like an S7 be small?
Are you familiar with pixels at all?
Yeah, like the
Okay.
Google Pixel? Or
Yeah, so
screen pixels, sorry.
when we do design for portrait mode, we usually do like 320, and then for landscape mode, I think it's what's that? I forgot, but I'll let you know later.
So
Yeah,
is
so-
virtual size more important than the actual physical screen size that someone's interacting with?
So that's why you would need to test on a real device, because whatever you work on your screen might not be exactly the same when you put on your device, right? Yeah, but it's pretty much accurate. Won't be too far. Yeah, but maybe you can start with, I'll give you the numbers later, but then start designing with those numbers and in those screen sizes, and then test on your device, and then you can see the difference.
Hey, I'm working on a game called NO2, and I just want to know if y'all are gonna. Y'all recently made an update to how you can like design UI, like made it more accessible. I just wonder if y'all have any plans to expand on that.
You mean the UI editor?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like V1, and then we have plans to make improvements, but I don't know the roadmap yet. So just telling you, we do have plans on like making improvements on that, yeah, and making it better and adding more features.
Yeah, and just to follow up on some of these questions, for our event games, we generally use the iPhone 5 as our test case. So usually if you can cover that, you usually are in a good state. In terms of the process of when you're designing a game, if you're like further in your game, you have an established audience, I think that's when you do some A and B testing and see how they feel with the UI layout. Also, a lot of them were UI and text UI questions. Tiffany's in the back. She'd love to answer your questions, so please see her, and she'll give you great responses. Also, Grace is amazing and can give you even more information in the back about more UX stuff. So thank you so much, and continue deving. Is that what we say? Continue deving? Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Again. Thanks for coming to the fourth talk in the design track. I have the privilege again, because I have to choose. I get to choose the speakers. To introduce the man, the myth, the legend. I had no clue what his title was, because I always just thought his title was Arsony. So that's how I'm going to introduce him. It's Arsony, title Arsony.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. It's great to see all of you. Good party last night. And it's really fantastic to see a lot of familiar faces, but also a lot of new faces. So my name's Arsony. My username is ZooksCG. If you ever wondered how to pronounce this, this is good enough. And I'm a technical director at Roblox. And I work with a lot of teams that work on game engine and studio and different parts of the product. And I want to talk to you today about performance. So what are we going to talk about today? So why should you care about things that I will going to tell you about, namely memory and performance? What kind of tools do we have to help you figure out, is your game performing well, and why is it not performing well? New features that we have introduced to help you optimize your game, and a bit of a deep dive into various areas, rendering physics, scripting, and kind of performance cliffs that can expect you there, what you can do about this. I will try to balance this between being too technical and not technical enough. Let me know afterwards how we did, and maybe next year we can do a better job either way. So memory and performance, what is memory? Memory is number of bytes used by your game to store basically everything that you have. So it's objects like parts, string values, etc., etc. It's textures, it's meshes, it's Lua tables, and any other Lua objects you might allocate in your script. It's like everything, right? So we typically measure it in megabytes, which is 1,000,000 bytes, more or less. And your allowance varies between the device and the platform, but typically it's hundreds of megabytes on mobile, low hundreds to high hundreds depending on the device, sometimes 100 singular. So why is this important? Why is memory important? So if you don't fit into the memory budget, your game crashes on device. When your game crashes on device, we know that it often crashes on devices of a certain type, and we stop showing your game in sorts. Thankfully, you have visibility into this on the developer stats per game, I think. And this is one of the biggest issues that developers face on mobile, right? Like if your game has to run on mobile, it has to fit in the memory budget. So we currently have good breakdown for iOS devices. The breakdown for Android devices is a bit lackluster, but we are improving that. But in general, this is kind of your go-to to see, hey, do you even have a problem? Maybe your game is working great. And we call it filtered devices because your game is filtered from sorts if it doesn't fit. So the second dimension, I suppose, of performance is join time, which is how much time does it take for a player to join the game. They click the play button, they wait for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, like a minute, whatever the case might be, and then they can play the game. There's no real allowance here, right? You're testing the user's patience. We typically think of this as you want to get it as low as possible. The average, or the median rather, across desktop and mobile is around 5 seconds. If you're over 10 seconds, then it's not great. If you're like a minute, then it's probably really bad, right? And ideally, you would measure this time up until the interactive state in your game, right? So if you have a loading screen, it helps because it helps the user not give up immediately. But ideally, you would measure the loading screen's time as well. And then finally, the frame time, what is more traditionally, I suppose, thought of as performance rate, which is how quickly does your game run. So you can measure this in frames per second. The more scientific engineering measurement is to measure a frame time in milliseconds or seconds, but seconds is too long. So measured in milliseconds, the allowance is 15 to 30 milliseconds per frame. This corresponds to 60 to 30 FPS. And the crucial thing to know here is there's two important factors. One is what's your average. The other one's what's your maximum. So you can have a game that runs at 15 milliseconds per frame, so 60 FPS, rock solid. And then every second, there's a frame that takes like half a second. And this is a really, really jarring experience. And this is way worse than just running your entire game at like 30 milliseconds per frame. All right, so there's these 3 different dimensions of performance. What do you do with them? How do you know if your game is fast or slow or how much memory it takes? Well, the answer is you have to measure every single thing, right? So if you want to know if you have a memory problem, the filtering device list is a good sort of proxy, but the more powerful instrument is actually knowing how much memory does your game take. So let's look at all of the tools that we have available for this right now. So one is performance stats. So this is a widget that shows you the general breakdown. Hey, what is my frame time? What's my memory consumption, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this is meant as a high-level overview that says, am I doing OK, right? So this is available on all platforms. On desktop, you can use Control F7 to enable this. On mobile, it's available in settings, and on other platforms, it's available through settings. This is good. This is not good at diagnosing why the problem happens, but it's good at answering the question of, do you even need to fix anything, right? So if your CPU graph is like it is in this picture where there's a red spike in the middle, this means, hey, you had a frame spike. So the frame was too long. So this is not great. If it's nice and smooth and green, then it's all good. You don't have to worry. So then, digging in deeper, how do you look at each individual axis? So for memory, we have, as part of the developer console, a breakdown for client and server memory. And this is based on the categories, and these categories are described on the wiki and should be described on DevHub by now. And they tell you for each type of object how much memory are all objects of that type or all memory of that category, how much is it using, right? It's available on both client and servers, so we'll be talking mostly about the client parts here, but the server is also important because for those of you who have really big games, you can also run out of server memory and crash the server, and then the entire game goes down, and then 30, 40, 100 people, however many have played, are disconnected. So this is also not great, right? So this is available for both client and the server. For the server, you have to be the game owner. You have to be in the group to see this data. Crucially, some of these categories are the same between different devices. Some of these are different. So in some cases, the memory consumption for textures may be smaller on mobile, but still large. And Studio might not show you the accurate view, and Player might not show you an accurate view. So ideally, you should look at this per device. So if you are optimizing for mobile, get a mobile phone, look at the behavior there. So going back to frame time, the most powerful tool that we have right now, and as far as I know, a lot of devs use this, is Microprofiler. So this is kind of how it looks. It shows you a precise measurements of every large step that happened that was required to simulate or render or whatever the case might be of your frame. The cool thing here is it shows you an insight both in the engine, as in what components of the engine are slow, but also on your code. Oh, you have a script that's running that takes a lot of time. You can customize the view that you see for your scripts. We have this debug.profile_begin_end macros. And it's available on desktop and mobile, not available on consoles right now. So on desktop, it's Control F6 to bring up the view. And then you can press Control P to pause this. On mobile, this is recent. Many of you probably don't know this. This is now available on mobile. You can enable this in Settings Microprofiler. Because of how mobile works in terms of screen real estate, etc., you need an extra computer to actually see the results, right? Not extra computer, but whatever computer you're using for development. And we have documentation about how to enable all of this on the wiki. And this is really crucial to understanding why your game is slow, why is the frame time too large. All right, so when talking about join time, unfortunately, the best tool available for measuring join time and understanding join time is a stopwatch. So you just, clock the time. I press play, I'm in the game. OK, this was 5 seconds, I'm doing OK, right? Fortunately, when you ask why does my game take too long to load, usually the answer is you have too many instances, you have too many voxels, basically your game is too large, you are not using streaming, etc. Right? So it's less nuanced than performance or memory, than frame time or memory, but we don't have better tools yet. We might in the future. The big thing to note here is, so I was talking about the loading time as getting to the interactive state, right? So this includes spawning a character, etc. Watch out for some cases where the server has to process the loading of the player or the player's character, and this can take a while. There's an interesting example where one of the games that launched, one of the popular games that launched a while back, was using a third-party analytics service, and due to a coding error, their analytics code was not completely asynchronous. It was blocking the calling code, and they had the analytics code in their character loading path. So this was great, works great in testing. You start a game, the character spawns, it dispatches an analytic request to your third-party analytics service. It's all good. Then you go live, you get 15,000 concurrent players. Your analytics service goes down, of course, and then all of the analytics requests on the server start timing out. And then the players have to wait for 30 seconds for your analytics code on the server to time out before actually playing the game. So this can happen, right? And it's important to think about this when you work on your game. How can I minimize the delay between the player click and play and actually being able to play? All right, so let's talk about the new features that help with all of these different axes and dimensions. Some of them have been covered in the keynote. Some of them might not have been. The key thing to understand here is both you and we share a responsibility of performance. We have to work on making the engine faster and support more use cases with smaller memory impact, etc. You have to work on understanding why your game is slow, sometimes optimizing your content, sometimes telling us, hey, you have the system. I thought your engine is supposed to be fast. It's really slow in this particular case. Why? And oftentimes, we can't anticipate everything, and oftentimes, we can't fix something if you tell us about this. If you never tell us about something, we will never fix it. So you have to drive the process. You have to tell us, hey, why is this thing slow? Sometimes the answer will be you have to change the content. Sometimes, oftentimes, the answer will be, OK, we can try to fix this on our end. So let's talk about the new features. I'll go a bit in detail. So instancing has been covered in Keynote. Roughly what it does is it's a new system that is meant to render parts of any type. We have this old rendering pipeline that a lot of you know as featherweight parts. It was shipped in 2012. This is one of the first things that I worked on at Roblox. It was a really great solution at the time. What it does is it takes objects that are really close together and merges them dynamically into larger objects to be able to render them more efficiently. So this is amazing for performance when nothing changes. There's two problems with this. First, if you have a lot of mesh parts, for example, or other parts with a lot of triangles, then this merging process can take a lot of time. And this is called reclustering, and you might have seen us refer to this on Dev Forum in various cases. And the other problem is the memory cost of the 10 mesh parts is now 10 times the memory cost of one mesh part because we have to merge all of them together, right? So this is not great. This causes performance problems. This is the best solution available for really low-end devices. However, we are starting to deploy a new solution which is using more GPU features and removes a lot of these problems. So mesh parts don't take the memory cost as proportionate to the number of clones of each mesh part. So if you take traffic cone and instance it 10 times, just clone it 10 times, it's the same memory cost, roughly speaking, as one. And updates become much faster. So you no longer have these spikes in frame time where, oh, hey, this object changed color. Suddenly you have to rebuild part of the world around it, and this takes time and makes your frames longer. So the good news is you almost don't have to do anything to enable this. The bad news is it's not available everywhere yet. So right now it's deployed for all mesh parts and CSG parts on most of the platforms for most of the users. The only exception is Android, where it's on for only about 20% of the devices. And we are trying to enhance the sort of support for this. It's just a bit painful because we are facing graphics driver issues and whatnot, but we will work through this, right? And it's only available for CSG and mesh parts right now. We have an update in works that is almost perfect now, and it will apply to basically all part types with two major exceptions that are important to be aware of. One exception is the new part instancing system does not support outlines for a variety of reasons. As far as I know, most people just don't use outlines, so this is all good. If you happen to have lighting outlines enabled, but you don't actually care about outlines, disable it. It will be faster. And then the other thing is currently the part instancing system doesn't support humanoids, so the humanoids go through the old path, right? So, I mean, you should still be using humanoids for characters, but don't use humanoids for random objects in your level because you want them to cast shadows or something like this. That will be solved by Future is Bright eventually. So level of detail. So we have two kinds of plans for level of detail. One is short-term, one is long-term. The short-term is, should ship this year, is what Adam covered in the keynote, automatic mesh and CSG simplification. You will have controls to be able to disable this. It will be probably on by default, but if you have an object that's like really gameplay critical, has to stay in the exact same shape, you'll be able to disable this. It's similar to collision fidelity. Long term, though, we kind of want to enable a more complex use case where you have a house that's built out of 1,000 parts. Right now, this house can be available on the client as 1,000 parts. Also, if you enable streaming, the streaming system can decide, hey, just like remove house from memory. So there's this binary state. What we want to have is we want to have a system that also allows to automatically say this house that contains 1,000 parts can be simplified automatically to a small mesh dynamically. And then the server will send you a mesh. If this object is far away, you will still see the house. You will not be able to interact with the house, but it's far away, so it doesn't matter. So it's kind of like a streaming LOD solution that we are thinking of right now. It will happen later, not this year. So the other big thing that we are starting to roll out, we did a beta test a few days ago. It's disabled for now, but it'll be coming back, is texture transcoding. So a lot of people aren't aware of the memory cost that their textures take. So let's take a 1024 by 1024 texture. The 1024 by 1024 texture in Roblox eats 5 megabytes of memory. It doesn't matter what you put in your texture. It doesn't matter what format you upload it in. It's 5 megabytes. So you may look at the PNG size and say, hey, my PNG is 100K. It does not matter. The PNG is not stored as a PNG in memory on device. So the problem is there's a lot of memory burned by all of this. And there is a better solution available on many devices, which is hardware-specific formats. So what will happen is that when you upload this texture, we will automatically, on our backend, encode into various formats. And they will take less memory on mobile. And then on mobile, we will choose these versions to render instead. They will be slightly lower quality. We are thinking about two things. One is, do we need to allow you guys to say, hey, I want this particular texture to always look perfect on any device, no matter what. Don't touch it. And the other thing is, when you testing in studio, you're running on PC, but you kind of want to know what does my game look like on a phone, right? So it's not there yet, but we want to enable the support in the studio emulator for this as well. So this will be coming really soon this year. So the other big thing is we are doing a lot of work on UI performance. So Adam mentioned UI input optimizations in the keynote. There's one other major piece that we are doing that has to do with UI updates behind the scenes that will ship this year. And there's a third thing that will ship this year, which is UI caching. So the current solution for rendering UI is whatever UI you have on screen has to be processed every frame to render it. It's kind of a legacy. We focused a lot on 3D performance and less so on UI performance over the years. So this is the state that's in. This means that if you have a lot of surface GUIs, they tax your frame rate. If you have a lot of 2D UI and it's visible, it taxes your frame rate. So we plan to move to a solution where if you don't update an individual UI container, then it basically is almost zero cost to render it, right? And the initial thought is that the granularity of this caching will be the screen GUI or surface GUI or billboard GUI objects. The reason I bring this up is a lot of people put all of their UI in one screen GUI. With the system, it's less efficient to do so because any change in any UI element will get you back on the slow path, which is the current path, right? So your game won't run slower than it does today, but it will not run as fast as possible. So you should really split your UI, your on-screen UI, into screen GUIs based on the domain frequency of changes. Like if you have a HUD and player list and chat and shop button and something else, just split them into separate screen GUI elements based on whether you expect this to change every frame or not, or just based on semantics. All right, so we covered most major features that will ship or are shipped in some form that have to do with performance. Now let's do a bit of a deep dive and try to understand some of the aspects of performance a bit better. So let's talk about scripting first. There's three kind of crucial questions when you write low code that you have to answer for yourself. The first is, when does your low code run? The second is your low code efficient, like are you using the Lua engine efficiently? And the third is, are you utilizing Roblox APIs well? So let's go over these quickly. So when do I run Lua code? Well, the natural solution is let's just run everything on render step, because render step runs every frame. My code will run every frame. Great. So no. What you need to think about is, do you need to run the code every frame? If you do need to run the code every frame, there's various options, but ideally you don't. So you should prefer event-based code. A user presses a button, and you run some code that launches an animation. There's no need for every frame to ask, has the user pressed the button in this frame, right? It's less efficient. If you have something that can run at less than real time, like at 10 times per second to 1 time per second, then don't run it every frame, right? The caveat there, though, is that if you have a long-running process, for example, you're saying, hey, I have this update of my AI. My update of AI takes 100 milliseconds, so if I run it every frame, my game runs at 10 FPS. Awesome, I will run it once a second, so my average frame time is now back to normal. Well, so the problem is once a second you have this frame that has 100 milliseconds of work. So if you have long-running code, beware, right? So frame spikes are a problem. When you have long-running code, try to slice it into small pieces and so that you can run each piece every frame without taxing the overall performance. Use microprofiler to tell you, is the code even slow? How often does it run, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is some old misconceptions. I'm not sure if the text is readable. It's OK. There are some old misconceptions about various signals that we have in the engine, and we changed the approach over time. And some people think that stepped is somehow really different from heartbeat or render stepped because some of them run at like 30 times a second. Well, no, this is all not true. They all run every frame. The only big difference is in ordering, like stepped runs before physics simulation, heartbeat runs after. And render stepped is crucial. So on this diagram, you see the timeline of 2 frames, and the render code mostly runs on a separate thread, except for render stepped, which means that if you run code in render stepped, you're inflating the time that it takes us to render a frame, essentially, right? And you could be running your code in heartbeat or stepped, and it could be free to run this code if the rendering of the scene is really complex. There is some coverage of this on the forum, and feel free to ask me about things like this later if you want more details. So I'm not going to go into too much detail on Lua, because thankfully a lot of the Lua details that we have are very similar to the classical Lua details. Like any Lua code runs, has the same sort of performance pitfalls. Creating objects might be slow. Accessing properties might be slow, because every time you do so, you have to go from Lua to our engine and back. Calling methods can be slower than not calling methods, etc. So there is good documentation online. There's low performance tips by, I can't pronounce his last name, but he was one of the authors of Lua. And the documentation for this generally is applicable to Roblox. The only caveat in Roblox is if you don't have to query a property, for example, like 10 times in a function and can do it once, please do so. It will be much faster. It's easy to miss this when just writing code and not thinking about performance. So Roblox APIs. There is a lot of APIs that we provide you guys. There is a lot of temptation to say, no, this API isn't good. It doesn't do what I want. Let me just write this from scratch. And some people do this, and this can work. But in general, it's less efficient. So there are examples like this when people rewrite the entire API, like people write custom animation engines. And this can work reasonably fast. But if you have a lot of characters and you try to use our animation system, you will generally find that it's more efficient. And if you're missing features from the animation system, the correct solution is to ask us for extra features, not to say, oh, yeah, I will just rebuild it myself, because why not? Same thing applies to UI layout, right? So historically, Roblox didn't have great tools to do UI layout. So people would write a lot of code that takes UI objects and say, hey, this size has changed. Let me move these other objects, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is UI layout, UI constraint objects available to do this in the engine right now. If you want to do something that is complex and you find, hey, there is no layout or constraint object, for you, tell us about the problem. Maybe we can make one, right? There's like examples like this where right now we are shipping an API soon that will automatically size the objects based on their children, which if you do it yourself, it's slower, so we can do it for you. And there's like some various instance new examples that are fun. There's a big thread on this on developer forum. Encourage you to check it out. Basically, if you're trying to write wrappers around instance.new to make it more convenient to use, you might be sacrificing performance. So let's talk about building. there's this variety of choices available to you as a builder on Roblox. What do I build my levels out of? You can use terrain, you can use basic parts, you can use CSG objects, mesh parts. What do I use? How do I pick? It's not obvious, right? Especially when you consider performance as an axis. So let's talk about each of these individually. Let's talk about terrain. So the nice feature about terrain is it has peak efficiency among all of these other constructs per unit of detail, which means that if you took terrain and then like exported this and imported back as a mesh part, it will generally run slower. If you try to build terrain out of small parts and model every single rock exactly as it is, it will be slower. And it's also minimum memory cost per unit of detail. It uses voxels. It's stored really, really efficiently. We have a blog post that goes into detail around the voxel storage. So it's hard to beat that, right? And you can also update it at any point, and it's fast. So what's good about this is it's stable, guaranteed performance. What's bad about this, if you don't need this detail, then you're paying for some amount of overhead no matter what. Right? So if you want a giant part and you say, hey, instead of making a giant part, I will just make giant terrain. Well, it's hard for giant terrain to compete performance-wise. We try, but it's hard to beat it, right? So when you use terrain, what should you consider doing and not doing? Well, use different materials. It's the same cost, and using different materials provides more variety, so use them. Water is slightly separate, but still you should use water in general. If you want to use water, there's like no reason not to if you already use terrain, right? Use very terrain shapes. You are paying for some complexity associated with the system, so take advantage of it, right? Don't build flat terrain because you like how flat terrain looks. Players might like more varied terrain better. And there is some issues with terrain that are associated with loading time. It's a lot of voxels that you have to ship to the client. So there is a current solution which is streaming enabled. And there's a future solution which I already talked about, which is streaming LOD, where we would stream parts of terrain more efficiently at lower resolution far back. And this could keep the join times really fast, but make it so that large landscapes are available on the client really quickly. Don't just assume that terrain is going to be fast enough. Profile it, right? So measure everything. If you want to do a flight sim, and your flight sim is really big, has a really big world, well, try to generate terrain of the size that you want it to be and measure it. It might be fast enough, it might not be fast enough. I know some people who are building games like this in-house right now as part of Accelerator program. They have to do tricks to make larger worlds by making the characters, etc., smaller so that each voxel kind of occupies more space. So that can work, but in general, like, be aware it's not a magical solution, right? And there is also one thing I want to mention that some people are really hung up on, which is, hey, I have this mountain. I only need the exterior surface of the voxels. Let me just cut everything in the middle. So you should measure this. Often, our LOD system doesn't really work super well with one voxel thin shells. You need like 4 to 8 voxels. And the other thing is, by cutting this space in the middle, you are disabling some of the optimizations that we have that expect mountains to be solid in the middle. So you might be worse off. You have to measure this. All right, so let's talk about basic parts and other parts like this. So what is basic parts? Blocks, spheres, cylinders, wedges, corner wedges, all this amazing stuff that we have supported over the years. The problem with basic parts is low efficiency per unit of detail. Like, the block is kind of boring. You have to have a lot of blocks to have varied content. The good thing is you can take a part, you can change it however you want at any point in time. Because of this cost per part, on low-end mobile, you should target like tens of thousands of parts approximately, right? Low tens, high tens, depending on whether they move. If they move, it's you are paying way more cost. Or you should use streaming, right? So it's okay to build your levels out of like hundreds of thousands of parts on low-end mobile if you use streaming and if your parts are not too dense. If you don't have one building that's built out of 10,000 parts, 100,000 parts, and instead you have the entire world that's built like this and you use streaming, is going to be okay. Otherwise, it might not be okay. So CSG parts are medium efficiency per unit of detail. I'll go a bit into this later, but it's basically our system for building CSG objects is reasonably good, but it's not perfect yet, and it doesn't allow you to control the level of detail. Some of this will be solved with LOD that we'll be rolling out this year. And mesh parts, the good thing about mesh parts is it's good efficiency per unit of detail. You can make the mesh pretty complicated, and it will run faster than most other solutions except terrain. The bad thing is you have to use an external tool It's a learning curve. I don't know how to use Blender, for example. It's really hard. So just beware of this, right? Like building content in the studio might be much, much easier. So let's talk about physics performance for a bit. So once again, basic parts, CSG mesh parts. What's the difference? So basic parts, it's kind of the same deal. It's peak physics performance if you have one big part. It's not very performant if you have a lot of small parts. There are some optimizations that are missing from this right now. We are planning to work on some of this, but fundamentally, since you can't take any part and move it anywhere at any point in time, it's going to be less efficient than using something like a CSG, right? So people ask a lot about the difference between CSG and mesh parts, and the truth is they are using the exact same system underneath for both rendering and physics. The difference is what kind of data goes in, right? So when you use our CSG modeler, it creates certain number of triangles in certain shapes, and when you use Blender, you have full control. But this is what matters. It's not whether it's a CSG or mesh part. So it should be identical physics-wise, performance-wise. You should be aware that collision fidelity should be used if you have performance issues with either of them, right? So if you don't need collision, you can use box. If you do need collision, but your object is simple, like a traffic cone, use hull. Otherwise, use default, and it's going to do a convex decomposition. And we plan to improve on all of this over time, but this is kind of the current status. So the other big thing is some people want to know, hey, should I disable collision on all of my parts that I don't expect the user to collide with? And the answer is it doesn't actually help unless the user is in close proximity. So if you have a large mountain somewhere far in the distance and it's anchored and there's nothing moving around this mountain, don't bother. It doesn't matter. If you have a large mountain that's really close to a bunch of moving trains, but the trains don't actually ever fall on the mountain, it might be worthwhile to disable collision. All right, rendering. The beautiful screenshot in the bottom right is from Jailbreak. This is when we were rolling out instancing for mesh parts and accidentally broke UV mapping. Sorry, guys. So basic parts, CSG parts, mesh parts. Basic parts, use Roblox materials. You can use texture objects, but this will be less efficient. So try to use Roblox materials whenever possible. Plastic versus non-plastic matters less. Plastic is slightly faster, but all materials are reasonably fast. For CSG parts, it's the same thing. Use Roblox materials. Don't treat CSG as this magical performance fixing solution. Oh, hey, I unioned every pair of parts in my world. Surely it must become more efficient. No. It defeats instancing optimizations, and it defeats a lot of other things that we try to do internally to make your worlds run fast. So try to target like dozens of parts when you are building a union for performance. Maybe more, ideally more. So when it comes to mesh parts, you can use Roblox materials. The mesh parts give you an extra option of using texture ID. On the mesh part itself, this is also really efficient. And it's kind of the same thing. Don't treat meshes as, hey, it's a magical performance solution. One mesh part that is pretty coarse and not highly detailed is faster than one mesh part that is highly detailed. But if you have one mesh part that is at a triangle limit like 5,000, and then you split it in 5 of the same triangle complexity, like 1,000 per part, it will not run faster. It will probably run slower. So use good judgment, I guess. Transparency. So the biggest thing that you can do to make our renderer and any other real-time renderer to run slowly is use a lot of transparent objects. It's bad for many reasons. And of course, it doesn't apply if your transparency is exactly 1, at which point you are not rendering the object, and this is a really efficient path. So the most efficient path is transparency 1. The next one is transparency 0, and everything in the middle is not great. Textures and decals are really convenient, but if you say, hey, I want to cover every object in my level with textures, it's bad. It's not just bad because currently you need like 6 of them so that every side is covered. It's also bad for other fundamental performance reasons in rendering. It gets especially bad if you say, OK, I placed these textures on all of my sides. I don't want my levels to render slowly, so I will just hide the part that's at the center. Don't do this. This murders performance of mobile devices. Just don't. Some people did do this, and this is why I had to put this here. So did I answer the question? Well, no. But I gave you some information that maybe can help you answer the question for yourself. The real answer is, it's really efficient and can work really well to combine all of these in your place for different purposes. And you should measure every single thing that you do and make sure that performance is actually good. So conclusion, use our tools, tell us when our tools don't work, tell us when performance is bad, try to measure everything that has to do with performance in your game. And if you don't tell us anything, then we will not get better. So talk to us. Thank you. And I think we might have a couple of minutes for questions.
Hi, I make like usually really big games, like tons of parts, tons of players, instances, all on the same server. And I noticed a lot of things you talked about seem to be client-based. Is there any things that you've talked about or any things coming in the future that help server performance?
A lot of the physics stuff is directly applicable to the server. The other things mostly aren't. So as we are working right now through our 200-player project, we are learning about a lot of performance pitfalls in terms of working on code in the server context with many, many players. And I think as a result of this, we will publish some guidelines and what things to do and what to not do. Out of this talk, physics is applicable. Most other things are client-side because performance is at premium on mobile, right? And servers at least have good hardware.
With the advent of mesh parts, some places have been increasing number of mesh parts in them, and this has been affecting load time, such as the game I've been working on as the whole map is about 90% mesh parts, about 500 to 1,000 individual mesh parts at one time occasionally. Is there any way to improve load time with this?
So combining mesh parts up to a polygon limit can help. Simplifying mesh parts can help, right? So simplifying the total number of triangles effectively. The other thing is we are working on some things. Each mesh part is an individual asset.
Yes.
And we are working on some things that will make loading like 100 or more assets in parallel faster. So it might get a bit faster over time. There's no magical solution necessarily other than this. If you can share your game after, we can look at your game directly and, hey, maybe there's something we can improve.
Thank you.
I had a question that doesn't really relate to physics necessarily, but it was more about like Roblox API. So like say if in an extreme example, it's about the collection service, say I have like 1,000 tags in my game or something crazy, and I'm thinking about using the collection service like has tag on an instance frequently versus just doing like find first child with like a string value or something. So I was just wondering basically what the efficiency of that service is.
Hashtag will be more efficient. It is highly optimized for moderate number of tags, but like 1,000 is okay probably. So it's generally going to be more efficient. You should not use children that don't provide functionality in place of tags. Tags will be faster.
You can't see me, but is it better to use multiple remote events or just one?
The general rule of thumb is that multiple remote events can be better in bandwidth. This is because if you use just one, generally you have to send something else that says, what do I want to do?
Well, let's say like it's not sending like a lot, like because I have one in one of my games where it's all connected to one event, but you know a player's invoking it, you know, maybe once every like 10 seconds for 10 players.
Then it isn't truly important.
Okay, yeah.
If you have massive amounts of data, then generally more remote events is slightly better.
Okay, my question was just like, does it cause like a lot of server lag because they have to wait and listen for every event? Not really, or?
I mean, if your number is moderate, if you are talking 100,
okay.
It's okay. If you are talking, hey, I have 10,000 remote events, yeah, don't do this, do one.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm building a custom terrain generator using a bunch of mesh parts that are just wedges with the sides removed. And I've noticed that the memory usage isn't really that different between having the mesh parts with the sides removed and just having normal wedges. And I'm not sure if like instancing is enabled on the wedges that are different sizes because they're ever so slightly different sizes. Is that impacting performance?
So the general rule of thumb is if you take a part and resize it, instancing will share memory. If you take a mesh part and have a different mesh part, like you resize it in Blender or something, and re-upload, it will not share memory. The caveat is today, wedges aren't instanced yet. This is the update that we are rolling out soon, right? So the only instancing is there for mesh parts. But resizing will not affect the ability to instance. Neither will color changes nor any other property, really.
All right. Thank you.
For hiding objects in workspace, which is more efficient, setting the transparency to 1 on all the objects and making it uncollidable and then reverting that when making it visible again, or just unparenting it and then reparenting it to workspace?
So it's hard to make a definite statement. I would say that if you aren't doing this frequently, removing from workspace might be faster. It depends a bit on the use case. If, for example, if you set no can collide to false and the humanoid comes in close contact, you still are paying for physics workload. So it's not definite. I would say generally it's better to remove and insert. Sometimes, if the action is very quick, like you want to hide the object but then it reappears in a second, then it might be better to do transparency. If you are talking about custom LOD systems, then unfortunately any approaches there currently suffer some performance issues, which is why we kind of want to build a solution that works out of the box.
Hello. Earlier you mentioned how textures can require a little bit more time than, say, regular parts without textures. Does the amount of surface covered by a texture change how much it takes?
No.
Okay, thank you.
It's only whether it is on each particular side.
Okay, thank you.
Just one last question. Will there be any future plans to allow players to create their own custom collision fidelity?
We have talked about this. It is likely that something like this will come as mesh parts pipeline. Maybe not CSG, but yeah, for mesh parts, there are some really important use cases where our current simplifier is not very good. The first thing is to make it better, and the second thing maybe is to allow this. So maybe, I'm not sure, but it's definitely possible.
Thank you very much. Arseny will be in the back to answer more questions.
I'm also here all day, so just come grab me at any point in time. Thank you. good feedback. We'll discuss this internally and see maybe there's something tactical we could ship, or at least some general guidance.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you again for coming to the design track. Always clapping. I have the privilege of introducing my friend Adam Miller, AVP of Engineering. One of the biggest questions I always get is, how do things happen on Roblox? And I thought, who better to bring up than Adam Miller? So take it away.
Hello, everybody. All right, wait, no, I got this one. Okay, everyone can hear me okay? Okay, cool. So today I'm going to talk about how changes are made on Roblox. And this is a really big subject, so this is a bit of an introduction. And what I'm really going to focus on today is our shipping process, sort of the development and shipping process. How we build these features, how we test them, how we get them out to our developers, and that full process. And I want to give you guys a bit of an insight into what goes on behind the scenes when you're sitting there waiting, like, where's this feature? Why isn't this shipped yet? There's a good reason for it. And we're working hard, and this will give you a little insight into the factory of how we churn out these features. So the first question of how we ship things starts with what we work on. And this is a really big, really interesting talk that I am not going to do today because it's out of the scope of this session. So I'm going to do a standalone talk on that another time. But the short of it is we figure out with a dialogue between Roblox and our community of developers and players what are the important things we need. We figure out which things are aligned with our big vision. And then when it comes to scheduling, to plan when we want to ship stuff. So again, big talk on that someday. Look out for that at another RDC. So what I'm going to do now is walk through a couple examples of how we shipped things and give you guys some insight into that process. So we're going to start out with an easy example. And it's an easy example because it's an additive thing. We shipped something that added something to our platform that's relatively straightforward. So mobile portrait mode. What is portrait mode? So historically, all games in Roblox were landscape. It's the right to left one. A lot of mobile games actually work better in portrait. And this wasn't available on Roblox. So we wanted to support this as an option. So thinking about this, it's something we wanted to do for years. And we've had a couple of big pushes at different times to really focus on making great mobile games. So when it came to the scheduling of this feature, we wrapped it into a larger process of really focusing on great phone games for a year. So in early 2017 is when we started prototyping and building the portrait mode functionality. And so that meant the basic functionality of swapping your UI, giving the developer APIs that allowed querying and setting the mode. And then actually one of the biggest parts was rebuilding all of our core scripts and our core UI to work in portrait. So in this design phase, there was one really big question that we had to think about. And this is something that happens a lot when Roblox wants to build something. We sit back and we think, okay, what is the right way to do this? We want to make sure we get it as right as possible. And the big question we had, can games change their orientation while playing? So the advantage to doing that is it's the maximum flexibility, right? Games can switch anytime they want to. The disadvantage is it has a lot of complexity to the whole system, both to our own UI and every game's UI. If you have to code every UI, like the screen might switch. So we thought about it a lot, and we decided to go for the more flexible approach. And I think that was actually the right choice. I feel good about it now. So it's the maximum flexibility, and it's worth it for our system. So this was a big question we had, and that was one of the biggest challenges with this feature, was wrestling with that design question. So once we had our design question settled, our internal functionality built, the next step is to roll it out. So this is something I want to give everyone a little bit of insight into this process. So first we build and test internally, use our QA team, check features, have developers try things out, make sure everything would work. Then we released as an optional but not a default feature. So that let games opt into using portrait mode. And this is a really easy way to ship something when it's an option. A developer can try it out. If it doesn't work quite right, they give us feedback. And then we can iterate and improve things. And then as we're shipping, of course, we provide all that extra infrastructure that allows developers to take advantage of this stuff. So our documentation, our APIs, our examples, the communication, the outreach, things like that. Now, when it comes to shipping live, one of the biggest challenges we have is thinking about all the different versions of Roblox that are live at the same time. Because, of course, we're live on PC, Mac, iOS, Android, and Xbox. Not all the versions are always up to date. So we have this rolling release process. And if you see this graph here, this actually represents how many people are on each different version of our iOS client. This is taken somewhat recently. But you can see when a new version comes out, it quickly shoots up as people update. And the other ones start to die down, but they don't completely go away. So this is really important because if you have something like portrait mode, you better make sure every version out there of Roblox knows how to handle portrait mode. Otherwise, your game is going to be in deep doo-doo. So we do this thing called force upgrade. So at some point, we'll say, OK, enough people are on the latest version or the latest couple of versions. Anyone who's older, you just get forced. And when you load up the app, you're forced to upgrade. And that's how we ensure there's like a minimum version. So with something like portrait mode, we did that. We made sure every live version was up to date, and then we could turn it live. So what are the results? We had a successful release. And with this kind of feature, we saw gradual adoption. So it was something where not a lot of old games were converted, but new games like Shred were built using portrait mode. And Meep CD added portrait mode for fishing. Anyone who here has tried portrait mode on a phone? Yeah, quite a lot of people. All right, cool. OK, so that's our overview of the easy version. So I'm going to dive a little bit into the harder version, which is smooth terrain. And it was hard because this wasn't just additive. So I'll get to that. Concept behind smooth terrain, I think most of you here are probably familiar with it. So we had an original Roblox terrain system, data from 2011. And it was blocky, really chunky. It looked kind of antiquated. And we realized we wanted to bring it up to a more modern look. So this guy called Arseny, during a hack week, some of you have heard of him, he built a prototype of a new smooth terrain system. This is not actually a screenshot of that, but I couldn't find one, so this is the best I could do. But this is the basic look, and this is the fundamentals of how Roblox terrain looks today. So as part of the prototype, it proved the viability of this approach in terms of the look, how characters would interact with it, and how physics would work. So how did we go to ship this? So in 2014 in April, we started the work, and it took about a year to ship our first version. And the first version is what we called an MVP, a minimum viable product. And it had 8 materials, had the basic Lua APIs, and we provided a terrain editor in Studio, so a great interface for manipulating and creating terrain. And at this point, things were still in the easy mode where there was a setting inside your place that said old terrain or smooth terrain. No problem, right? So we shipped it as an option and quickly got a lot of adoption. People began to use this. And as people kept using it, they'd give us lots of feedback. And we'd use that feedback to make smooth terrain better. So for about a year and a half, we would iterate on making our smooth terrain more effective. So we get it more efficient. We added materials. We added changing colors. That's like green water you can see there. Adding waves, stuff like that. So we'd add features. We'd make it more efficient. We'd fix problems that people have until we felt like we got it to a place where it was so good, we had a big question to ask. Do we remove the old terrain? So there's some valid question, right? Should we just keep the old terrain forever? It's got its look. There's these games built for it. But there's a price to pay. And that price is maintaining 2 entire systems forever. And that slows down development speed. Every feature we build has to take both into account. It adds memory and all this kind of stuff. So we made the difficult decision that we wanted to remove the old terrain and just have smooth terrain. Removing things on Roblox is hard. We take our commitment very seriously about supporting the features that we release. So thinking about this, we started by gathering data. We implemented a whole new system that measured the playing time in games with smooth versus old terrain. So we would look not just at how many places existed or any metric like that, but actually how much time players spent in games with each system. And by August 2016, the ratio of new to old was 8-1. So a lot of good feeling there that we'd centered on a new approach that could be the only one. Okay, the hard part. How did we remove the old terrain? So first we marked old terrain as deprecated. That's easy. That's a signal to the developers that we're not going to be continuing support for it. We gave a 6-month warning that old terrain was going to go away. So you'd open up Studio and you'd get a warning, ding, watch out. And we'd reach out to the developers who are using old terrain. And we would talk with them and explain to them what was going to happen, and also work with them if they needed help on conversion. And speaking of conversion, we had a conversion button. So one click and you'd convert your old terrain to your smooth terrain. So eventually, after this 6-month period, all the warning, we had a go live day. And on that day, all the places with old terrain, as soon as they would run in production, they would just load up and be automatically converted to new terrain. So there was no more old terrain. We handled that kind of transparently. Now, it's not an exact one-to-one, right? So the old terrain to the new terrain, you can convert. It's going to look a little bit different. It might feel a little bit different, but that was a hard choice we made, and that's how we did it. And so after that, we're in this new golden era. We have one terrain system, and we just kept improving it. So we added a bunch of features that people are probably familiar with. Control over the colors for all the different parts, faster rendering, reducing memory, and there's going to be a lot more to come in the future. So the summary of this whole system is we're very careful about what we ship. we want to maintain this contract, this implied contract we have with our developers, where we build things and then we stand by them and support them. And so there's a lot of care when we want to change or remove things. And fundamentally, when we think about our future development and our long-term vision, we want to build the features that push our platform forward in that direction. All right, questions? Sorry?
Is the same thing going to happen like R15? Like in future, could R6 be removed and be a place of R15, and all places using R6 will be automatically converted to R15? Could that possibly happen to the humanoid model type?
That's a good question. Question is, are we going to potentially do the same thing for R6 to R15? There are no plans of that right now. We are definitely committed to providing that R6 look and feel indefinitely. So there's some potential that you can get that look inside an R15 construct, if that makes sense. But we won't be taking away that appearance.
I have a game called Superstar Games, and converting to R15 takes a lot of time because a lot of the armors in the game are CSG based. I have to fix it, and the animations too, and that takes time.
Yeah. Don't worry. There are no plans. You're good.
Okay, thank you.
Say I'm a developer.
Yeah.
And I think I have a brilliant idea of like what my game needs, and I would like Roblox to listen to me. How do I make that happen?
So there are a lot of great ways to communicate to Roblox. Our developer relations team is phenomenal. And some of these ways are developer forum, Twitter, in-person, incubator and accelerator programs, developer forum, lots of great stuff. Anything else you'd suggest?
We do read your dev forum. I read your dev forum. But how? So another question that often comes up is, what's a good feature request? How do you write a good feature request?
So, good question. So a good feature request carefully explains the problem and not just the solution. So a feature request always starts with a vision of what you're trying to achieve. So it might be something like, I'm trying to make a game, and I've got a volcano, and I want to explode all this lava up in the sky. And I'm having trouble with that because blah, blah, blah. The less helpful feature request is, you need to change this API to add this extra parameter that sets like the secret transparency of this part, and not really explain why. And you're like, well, that's just like a solution, and we don't really understand the problem. So good feature requests always start with the problem, and ideally grow to include related problems so we can understand related solutions.
I guess like kind of a specific kind of question, kind of similar to the terrain.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know if there's any plans on like phasing out like the old versus the new physics, or like the old versus the new lighting?
Good question. So yeah, so with physics, we are planning to phase out the old physics, and we're working on that right now. And we believe we can do that because we believe our new physics engine can be made almost strictly better. It's pretty analogous to the smooth terrain versus the blocky terrain. We think we can be better in just about every circumstance, or close enough. And so we are actually following a very similar process to we did with the terrain, where we iterate with developers. We look at which developers still use the old physics system. We talk to them, and we figure out what their needs are, and then we ship improvements to kind of cover all those needs. And it's like, okay, we're just going to keep knocking out all those needs. Once we feel like there's nothing left, we're going to feel comfortable to move everything to new physics. Because just like with two terrain systems, we don't want to have two physics systems hanging around forever. With lighting, it's a bit of a different story. So we don't have any plans to remove our old voxel lighting for the foreseeable future because we are going to need it on lower end devices. And it's still somewhat of an open question whether everyone is going to prefer the new lighting system or not. I was talking to one of the Hexaria developers today. He's like, yeah, the old lighting looks better for Hexaria. I'm like, all right, well, you can maintain that option. So we'll see. We'll learn more about that over time.
So like normally when we make a feature request on the dev forums, so what's the like normal timescale between that being like submitted and then that being considered and then work being begun on that?
Yeah, usually like no more than like 24 hours. Anything you submit is usually, no, I'm kidding. So it depends a lot on the feature. We do look at everything. So we have an amazing developer relations team. And what they will do is coalesce input from all these different sources into themes. And they will have meetings every couple of weeks to discuss the latest requests. Now, obviously, if there's something that comes in that's an emergency, like, oh, my game's broken or whatever, then that's a whole separate story. But when it comes to things like new feature development that's part of maybe a longer-term roadmap, every couple of weeks we'll discuss these big things and we'll say, okay, is this aligned with our vision? And if it is, what's the right way to schedule it? And it might be in the next couple months. It might be like, hey, that's something we're going to get to someday, but we don't have time to do it right now. So it really depends a lot on the size of the ask and where it fits on our bigger roadmap. Sometimes the best ones, the ones that make me feel best, are when we see something and somebody will present it and we'll be like, huh, that's a really good idea. That's not that hard. We can just kind of get that in there. So we love those because that's like such an efficient way to deliver value. The tough ones are like, oh, I need to have like 8 billion parts, stuck into a cube or something, and I'm like, all right, someday, yeah.
But we do look at the number of likes, the cross sample of the variety of developers who are commenting on the thread too. Because then that gives us an indicator that like it's not just top devs asking for it, but a various skill of developers asking for it. Because then we see it as a need for the whole community as well. And then if you complain like in a constructive way, it also gives us also feedback as well. But thank you for Adam, and he will be in the back to answer more of your questions.
All right, thanks.
There's a motto we always say at Roblox. There is no motto. But there's a thing we really do care about, and that's developers. So it's always a privilege when we can bring up our developer of our own, because to us that shows the talent we have in our ecosystem. So again, the word I like to always use is privilege. I am proud to present Brad Sharp, who's on the client team, but most of all, why he's special to me, he worked on Egg Hunt. So without further ado, Brad Sharp.
Oh, there's no step? Hello, where's my, let me just pull this a little bit closer quickly. It's really loud. So the presentation I actually have in front of me is not mine. Is there a...
Talk about what you worked on before.
Talk about what I worked on before. Where do I start? I've got a slide for this. Like, I was prepared for that.
Do it.
I'll give you... Not that one. Not that one. There. No, next one. DS6. You got it. There we go. Well.
Yeah, Deepak!
Big round of applause. It's great to see so many of you here today. It's awesome to see so many returning faces, but also great to see so many new faces here today, or at least the ones I can see that aren't obscured by any of the pillars. This is the 4th RDC here in the US, and I'm going to be giving a presentation today on advanced studio tips and tricks that you can use, and I hope that by the end of this presentation, you'll have learned something new that you can use to make your time in studio a little bit more effective. So a little bit about who I am. I'm Brad Sharp, however you may be more familiar with my screen name, Woot3. I've been a Roblox engineering intern for these past 2 summers. I was one of the Egg Hunt 2018 team leads. I'm a Roblox champion, and I have had a development career on Roblox spanning for 10 years. More recently, I am known as a plugin developer, having created 2 very well-known plugins, which you probably have installed, Waterfall Generator and Light Editor. Before I start with the actual presentation, I'll tell you a little bit about the 2 of these. Light Editor came around when a friend of mine, Sigmund, said that he wanted an easy way to adjust lights in studio. So I went ahead and found a really nice and intuitive way to quickly select a light and make changes to it. Waterfall Generator came around when I saw one of the engineers do something really awesome with beams. He made this really nice looking waterfall, and I was like, how can I make this for myself? So I spent about half an hour in studio just tinkering, trying to get that right look and feel, and then eventually decided that there needs to be a much easier way to do this. So I went ahead and created the plugin to do it. So here's what I'm going to be talking about today. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the settings you can customize in studio. Then I'm going to tell you a little bit about shortcuts and how you can use them to speed up your time in studio. Then I'm going to move on to the command bar and tell you how you can use it to really optimize what you do in studio and how you can use that to work for you. Then I'm going to tell you a little bit about code management, why you should use it, and best practices to use when doing it. And then I'll talk a little about plugins. Just going to make this text smaller so I can actually read it. Then I'm going to tell you a little bit about plugins, widgets and actions, and a new feature that we've been working on and are very excited to announce. And then finally, before I finish, I'll wrap up with a Q&A. But just before I do begin, how many of you have already customized Studio to suit your needs? Yeah? Awesome. You can keep his hand up. Maybe he uses Studio occasion. Yeah, he's right. He's right. I'm sorry. OK, so I'll tell you a little bit about settings and what you can customize. Settings are a great way to configure Studio to suit you. You can open them by pressing File in the top left and clicking on the Settings button for those of you who didn't already know. Here are a list of common settings that people usually change, such as the camera speed, the script editor, and the physics debugger. You can change settings with the camera speed, so you can customize how fast it moves around Studio. You can edit the script editor. For example, if you don't like the standard light colors, you can change them to much darker colors. And you can enable different physics options, such as decomposition geometry, which is really useful if you work with meshes or CSG parts. You can also enable a brand new feature called Dark Theme, which we have just recently released. How many of you are, just out of curiosity, how many of you are already using Dark Theme? Yeah. Well, this is awesome. I'm not going to tell you I'm not one of those people. But yeah, no, if you aren't already using Dark Theme, I assure you it's going to be a really big help for late night game jamming tonight. Now I've told you a little bit about settings, I'm going to tell you about shortcuts and how you can use them to optimize your time in Studio. Shortcuts are a great way to speed up development, and keyboard shortcuts are just one example of this. You can use them to quickly do actions that you may do frequently just by pressing a few keys on your keyboard. You should memorize the ones you do frequently. For example, I know most of the shortcuts that I use off the top of my head. One of the ones I use most frequently is Control-S, just to make sure that all the work I'm doing is always saved, and I always have a solid backup. I can see you guys over there. You can also customize keyboard shortcuts if there aren't any that suit you, though. So for example, in Roblox, by default, to comment a block of code, you press Control-Shift-C. However, I come from working with IDEs where the default is Control/, and I've changed it in Studio to suit my needs. So now when I press Control/ while working on a script, it will comment out my code. There's a full list of shortcuts that you can find available online and in Studio, as I'll now show you. So you can customize shortcuts by going into Studio, clicking on File, clicking Advanced, and clicking Customize Shortcuts. This will bring up a window that will show you all the shortcuts you have available to you in Studio. As you can see, you've got some that are bound, some that aren't, and we're going to go ahead and show you how you can customize your own. So once I'm done searching through this list, you'll see I'll search for Output, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a shortcut that will open and close the output window. So I'm going to bind this to Command-O, and what that means is that when I press Command-O while in Studio, the output window will open and close. So I'll go ahead and close this window, and then when I've done so, I'll press Command-O, and you'll see that the output window does indeed open and close. The Quick Access toolbar is another tool you can use to quickly perform actions very efficiently. It's located in the top left, and much like keyboard shortcuts, it's fully customizable. Personally, I like to fill this up with windows that I open and close frequently, such as the toolbox. I do not like the toolbox getting in the way of my workflow, so what I do is I have a button, I'll click it, I'll open up the window, I'll insert what I want, then I'll close the toolbox so it's out of the way. Plugins are also able to use this through actions and buttons so that the user can register them as they wish. Oh. Is it going to play? No, it's not. OK. We'll just leave that video. Now I've spoken about shortcuts, the command bar is another feature that is really underutilized by developers. How many of you actually actively are using the command bar? OK, that's actually a lot more than I was expecting. Wow. You should give yourselves a round of applause for that. The command bar is a great tool that you can use to run code snippets in your game to see how they may affect your game, or to just simply run a little bit of code to do a task for you. One bit of code I often find myself writing is a little bit of script called select all. And what it does is it allows me to select all the parts of a specific color in Workspace so that I can make changes to them. What's great is that the command bar will save anything you write in it for later use. This means that in my case with the select all plugin, with the select all command, what I can do is I can run this later and I can change the color without having to rewrite all the code again. Now I've spoken about the command bar, I'm going to tell you a little bit about code management and practices. Code management is really important on Roblox, especially us as game developers dealing with the huge code bases that we do. The Egg Hunt, for example, was over 40,000 different lines of code managed by 7 programmers. And what we had to break down all of this code and make it modular so that we could efficiently organize, find, and make changes to this code. Modules or variants upon them are really important to use, not only in Roblox, but also in the wider world of engineering. They're an industry standard, and they've helped me with my career, but also will help you with your Roblox career and your career as a programmer in the future. Coding practices is always funny to talk about because there's no right way to do things. Instead, I always encourage people to do what works for you, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't follow standards. 3 standards that I tend to follow is I break down large chunks of code into smaller, more modular chunks, which creates logical boundaries and structure in my code. And this in turn allows me to easily maintain it. Folders are another really powerful tool you can use. You can use them to group together related bits of code so that they are easy to locate, and you can be really specific with how you require them. You should also be descriptive, and I can't reiterate this point enough. All too often I see developers just name their code script. And it does not tell me anything about what that script does or how it works. Instead, be descriptive, Make it obvious that what the code does without even needing to read the actual code itself. I'll now tell you a little bit about plugins and how you can use them to streamline your development. Plugins allow you to add extra functionality to Studio, and if it doesn't exist, you should definitely go out and create it, because chances are, if you've thought of it, someone else has thought of it as well and would like it. There's a load of existing plugins out there for you. For example, there's the waterfall generator and light editor that I've created, and there are other great plugins such as the tag editor by Tiffany, which allows you to quickly add tags to instances, and there's also the building tools F3X and SBS. Plugin actions are a feature we've recently added that allow you to register actions that users can use within your plugins. You no longer need to use the user input service to rely on hotkeys for your plugins. Plugin widgets are another very powerful feature we've added. They're 2D dockable windows that allow you to simulate built-in tools or recreate them to suit your needs. For example, I created the Tips plugin, which is a really powerful tool and will open up a little window every time you start Studio to tell you a little fact about Studio that you may not have already known. We're already using this in some of our tools, for example, the terrain editor, and now we're going to be porting the Lua toolbox to work with this. So as you can see, this is a full Lua implementation of the existing toolbox, and we've been working on this for a little while now. All of the APIs that we have created for this toolbox will be available to you as developers, so that if you want to go ahead and make your own toolbox because you don't like ours, you'll be able to do that. And eventually, we plan to open source all our plugins so that you can use them and customize them to your heart's content. If a plugin doesn't exist, you should definitely go ahead and create it. There was already a presentation on this earlier by Doug Banks, and if you haven't seen it, I really recommend watching it again later. There's a great article online on the Developer Hub that you can read at this URL if you want to learn a little bit more about plugin creation. And a little something more about me is recently I've been working on a brand new plugin, which I don't have any pictures for because I purposely didn't want people to find out. But I've been working on a visual script editor that I plan to release in August for you to use as developers if you're not experienced programmers. If you want further tips for Studio, you can go ahead and install my Development Tips plugin, which you can find by searching Tips in the plugin library. To summarize, all of the points I have given you now are really useful for empowering you while working with Studio. And I'll now move on to a question and answer session where you can ask me anything about my personal experience, anything I've discussed, or anything related. I love Jackson. Hello.
Thank you, Brad. My question is, right now, plugin development is not super streamlined, and it's kind of, there's a lot of steps to go through when you're debugging a plugin especially. What do you use to streamline this workflow and make it easier to develop plugins?
So I have a very specific workflow I use in plugins. So I tend to just create an object in ServerScript service, which is like my kind of root for my plugin. And then I'll go ahead and click Save as Local File. And it'll automatically save as, I think it's Save as Local Plugin, sorry. It'll automatically go ahead and save it to the local plugins folder for you to just test in Studio. And then I'll save the place, I'll close the place, and I'll reopen the place. And what that means is that when I reopen the place, I have the most recent version of the plugin, both the source of it and the running version of it that I can test. Is that sufficiently answer?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah? I think that's what most people, I don't know. There might be a better way. Sorry, David.
So I have a quick question about code organization. So say you have a standard framework that you use in all your games. From what I'm hearing, packages, they may be, they'll allow you to sync your framework between your games. But as of right now, how would you do that with, say, GitHub or, another code push repository? How would you, sync your framework across all your games?
So this is an interesting question because we actually did a similar thing to the way GitHub works for the Egg Hunt. And what we did was we essentially had a place where we kept all our source code that we wanted to distribute to all the different worlds, and then we created a plugin that allowed you to later import that code into all the different worlds individually. And we had this place as like, it wasn't team create, so it meant only one person would edit it at a time, and everybody would work offline and write their code offline and then later merge it in manually, which is essentially the Git workflow, right? Is that?
So how would you, like, if you updated one place in the icon, how would you push it to the rest of the places, like if it was in the framework?
So the system wasn't the most efficient, but we could use it because we were only dealing with a small number of worlds. And what we did was we had, the plugin we had allowed any of the developers, not just programmers, to open up one of the worlds, just click a button and it would import the most recent version of the framework automatically. Awesome.
So to answer, to add a little bit of information onto both of those questions, sorry. First of all, as to you with the code management, there is an API, it's been announced publicly, I'm fairly certain, was HTTP service request async, which allows you to make an HTTP request of any type so that you can work with RESTful API.
Yep.
And that will allow developers to make a direct bridge between their place files and GitHub using their API without actually ever using Git proper. So that's one answer. And one thing I can't give too many details on, but there is a feature I personally am working on that will make plugin development iteration very much faster and easier.
Hey, Brad, thank you for the talk. How do you discover great, high-quality plugins? Do you go on the website? Do you look on the dev forum?
So something, as far as I'm aware, we're beginning to push is we're going to start essentially making it obvious which plugins are the most popular and which ones are the most useful. So that's not something we do now, per se, but it's something that we're going to do. I actually think the front page of plugins, aside from a few edge cases, is pretty good. Most of the plugins on there, you know, do what they say they're going to do, and they do a pretty good job of doing what they say they're going to do. So, yeah.
Hey, Brad.
Hello.
My question is, you worked on the Egg Hunt, and that was a pretty big team.
Yeah.
What were some hurdles that you guys had to jump over working with so many programmers on such a big project? What kind of stuff did you have to, challenges you had to overcome, and how did you do that?
So I think two of the biggest ones we had was code quality and just generally sort of merging code together. I remember Thomas and I, for those of you who aren't familiar with who Thomas is, that's Build Thomas. He was one of the other programmers on the project. Thomas and I wrote a lot of the back-end code. And when we wrote it, we occasionally found that we would overwrite one another's changes. So we just kept in full communication about what we were writing, how we were writing it. And that also meant that in turn, if we were, so I wrote a party system for it. And the API for the party system, I gave that to Thomas beforehand, before I'd even finished writing the whole code for it, so Thomas could start using it straight away. The other hurdle was, as I said, code quality. And what we did for that was we just simply read over one another's code just to make sure that before we went live, like it did what it said, and we fully tested it with QA as well. So, awesome.
Hi, my name's Dee, and I'm a new developer to Roblox. I was wondering...
How much studio experience do you have?
Not much.
Not much, okay. Didn't think so. No, it's okay.
I was wondering, like, what are some great plugins to download right away that you would recommend newer developers to download?
So personally, I don't have a lot of experience with building plugins. I very much came around when tools were still a thing for building. I don't know how many other people in here were, but yeah. So I started using Command Util after a little while, which has recently been sort of updated by, I think it's Fractality, as SBS. Somebody might be able to correct me if I'm wrong. So that's one of the plugins I would recommend. There's also some great plugins by Stravant, such as Resize Align. I think there's Wedge Rotate, and things like that, for builders at least. For scripters, I don't tend to use a lot of scripting plugins. I tend to write my own there. So I can't really advise you on that, per se. But yeah. There's sort of two good ones. And the tips plugin, obviously. That's a great way to get started.
So out of all of the potential plugins that haven't been made yet, but you think would be like great additions to the platform, what are your top three?
So there's the one I mentioned today, Visual Script Editor. which I think is really important, especially for getting in people who are younger, maybe not as experienced or don't know where to start, used to sort of the workflow and how to write code or code structure. That's probably my first one. My second one is some sort of way to separate workspaces. So you can say sort of, I've written an old version of this plugin already, but essentially a way to like scope into a model, make changes to that model, then jump out of that model again, which is very useful for builders, but also that supports team create. And that's, I think, one of the biggest hurdles, especially that I face. The third one, off the top of my head, I'm not sure, honestly. But I'm sure somebody will create it, and it will be amazing. So.
Thank you, thank you. Brad will be in the back to answer any more of your questions. Yes, and that concludes our design track for 2018. So some housekeeping notes, because I know that's exciting news as well. We will officially go on a break for a little bit. In front of the ballroom, there'll be snacks and refreshments. And then after that, we start our bigger panels back in the ballroom. A side note, please thank your speakers. This is work they have to do on top of their regular job, and they do it because they're passionate about you guys and their subject matter. So thank them. Also thank the people who are doing the audio visuals. Thank the people who are hosting, marketing, DevRel. Thank them all. Don't have to thank me. Thank them all. And of course, thank you. Give us feedback, how we can improve the talks, what we need to add. If there's a subject you would love to hear more about, let me know. Let any of us know. We want to make it better for you guys. Thank you so much, and keep deving.